Chapter 438. The golden spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced through the sky and nailed Jianghu to the top of the city gate. She screamed towards the sky as blood flowed out from her wounds. However, she could not move at all. The spear was quivering slightly. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling light. It was as if the peerless weapon of the god of war had descended to the mortal world. Blood dripped onto the ground. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to stun everyone. Everyone was tongue-tied and their hearts were filled with fear. Time seemed to have frozen. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. The huge city was dead silent as everyone held their breath. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-piercing cold air entered their bodies. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan's bravery was unparalleled. He stood a few hundred zhang away and threw the golden spear. It pierced through the sky for 1,000 meters and nailed the elder of the Ji clan to the top of the city gate. This is too terrifying. The Saint Physique's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Even the Dragon Transformation's secret domains experts could not stop him. He pierced through the experts of his own clan as if there was no one around. Everyone said that the holy body died 3 months ago, but he appeared alive again. Everyone guessed wrong. I don't know how much longer he can live. After a short period of silence, a hubbub broke out as people discussed spiritedly. At this moment, Jianghu's hair was disheveled. The golden spear pierced through her chest and into the wall. She was terrified. She had never thought that such a day would come. More than half of her body was dyed red with blood. The spear was destroying her life force. She screamed in fear. "No! Put me down! Save me!" Shwa! A huge black crack appeared in the void. An elder of the Dragon Transformation secret realm from the Ji family cast the Great Void technique and arrived at the top of the city gate. He wanted to save Jianghu. Bas! Yi Fan arrived first. His right hand was like a golden millstone as it slashed down with unparalleled force. The space around him twisted and collapsed. Bang! His golden palm was like a huge mountain, striking the Dragon Transformation secret realm elder and sending him flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The elder was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual energy was as vast as the ocean, this strike would have crushed him into pieces. "If I want to kill him, who among you can stop me?" Yi Fan's expression was cold as he looked around. With a pang sound, he pulled out the golden spear. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes shone brightly. He held the spear in one hand and pointed it towards the southern sky. Golden light flowed and the tip of the spear was cold and glaring. Jianghu was stabbed on the spear and her face was as pale as paper. She gritted her teeth but didn't dare to make a sound. "You!" The expert who attacked just now was enraged. At the same time, his heart shivered. He had long heard of the peerless physique of the Saint Physique, but he still felt terrified when he personally faced this kind of pressure. Bas! His entire body erupted with radiance, magical force like an ocean, deep and immeasurable. Then, it suddenly erupted, all of his magical force surging towards Yi Fan, covering heaven and earth, about to submerge and suppress him. Boom! With one hand holding onto the spear, Yi Fan lifted Jianghu up and with the other, he punched out with the force of a gigantic wave. The golden fist pierced through the boundless magical force, tearing open a terrifying crack in the air. The blazing golden light was like a heavenly blade that slashed forward. Pang! The Dragon Transformation secret realm elder was flung backwards. The golden blood chi was actually able to transform into his magical force, causing his heart to tremble. Yi Fan's strength shook off the elder of the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and he stood there unmoving in the air. Not even the corner of his robe fluttered. He was as steady as Mount Tai. The Saint Physique has disappeared for 3 months, but he's not dead yet. He's even more powerful than before. He's broken the 100,000-years-old curse. Could it be that his cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds? This is too scary. The area around the Yen capital city gate was filled with cultivators. Shadows of people could be seen everywhere, and everyone's heart was pounding. A Dragon Transformation realm cultivator with the 4 extremities physique was extremely terrifying. Humph! A cold snort could be heard. Another elder of the Dragon Transformation secret realm who was sitting cross-legged in the sky suddenly stretched out a huge hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was as big as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the sun. This was not a battle of physical strength. This was the manifestation of a technique being pushed to the extreme. He was several hundred zhang above the ground, but his hand could cover the sky. The space in his palm was enveloped, and he wanted to suck Yifan into it. This was a mysterious Tao technique, and it was as if he was creating a small world. However, Yifan did not care at all. He allowed the hand to fall on him, and he did not move an inch. Instead, a majestic mountain and river appeared beside him. Boom! Inside the mountain, there were towering mountains, silver waterfalls, towering ancient trees, and long rivers that split the earth. It was a majestic and beautiful mountain and river. Lovely land. The moment this phenomenon appeared, it was as if a whole new world had been opened up. Everything was coming back to life, and at the beginning of heaven and earth, it gave off an incomparably majestic feeling. At the same time, there were terrifying waves of energy. Boom! When that expert from the Ji clan slammed down with his mountain-like hand, he received a terrifying impact. The small world in his palm immediately collapsed, and it no longer existed. In Lovely Land, chaotic energy curled up and filled the air. It was incomparably terrifying, and it destroyed the small world in his palm. Pooh! That huge hand suffered a heavy injury, and fresh blood rained down from the sky. It was like a scarlet rain, and it fell to the ground. Too powerful. With the appearance of the saint physique, who can fight against him? It can restrain all phenomena in the world, and it can obliterate the endless power of the world. It is innately undefeatable. It is truly frightening to fight against the saint physique. Even the spectators felt this way, let alone those who were personally facing Yifan. They felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if they were facing a holy spirit. Boom! Another elder from the Ji clan from the dragon transformation realm rushed over. His appearance was that of a middle-aged man, and he looked very heroic. The bronze battle armor covered his body, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It was incomparably oppressive. He held an ancient shield in his left hand, and a bronze battle spear in his right. He pressed forward step by step, and every step he took almost caused the void to collapse. It was as if an ancient heroic spirit had been revived, and had reappeared in the world. Bang! He forcefully shook it, and the bronze battle spear stirred up the heaven and earth. It immediately enlarged, and it was as if a majestic mountain range had fallen down, piercing through the sky. In the area around the city gate, the earth cracked, and many buildings collapsed, turning into dust. The formless killing intent and pressure destroyed everything. The huge bronze ancient spear was like a huge mountain that pierced into the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was enough to crush a cultivator at the peak of the four extremes into meat paste. It made people's hearts palpitate, and it was as if an ancient war spirit was descending from the sky with a divine weapon. However, such a huge and terrifying battle spear was completely unable to do anything to Yifan. He held the golden battle spear and carried Jianghu, standing tall and unmoving as he stared at the surroundings. In the Lovely Land, there were towering mountains, long waterfalls like the Milky Way, and ancient trees that towered into the sky. At the beginning of the world, tens of thousands of spirits appeared in the world, and the aura of primal chaos lingered around. It was impossible to break through. Yifan brandished his golden fist and took the initiative to strike high up in the sky. He was as resplendent as a golden sun, and the golden divine flames around his body burned fiercely. His aura was like a mountain, and it was impossible to reach. His physical body was comparable to a magic treasure. When his fist landed on the huge battle spear, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Cracks first appeared on the bronze ancient spear, and then it shattered into pieces. Dong! Like the beating of a heavenly drum, this elder from the dragon transformation realm imprinted the ancient shield in his left hand in the air, blocking Yifan. The bronze ancient shield became one with the heaven and earth, and the aura of the great Tao circulated around it. Boom! In the Lovely Land, the majestic mountains and rivers flew out together and pressed forward. The primal chaos mist lingered around, destroying everything in its path. Crack! The ancient shield that was imprinted in the air was shaken out and turned into ashes. This dragon transformation realm elder was shocked, and he quickly retreated. The space that he had fused with shattered. Below him, many cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure. Their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but retreat. Some of them even had blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. The hearts of the Ji clan's elders sank. They could feel a dangerous aura. Although the other party didn't attack, it didn't mean that they couldn't sense it. The other party was like a dormant dragon. If he really started a massacre, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop him. Young man, you're too much. This is the southern region, our Ji clan's territory. How dare you do such a thing? An elder's face darkened. When she wanted to kill me, did she ever think that she was going too far? Yi Fan asked coldly. He was fearless when facing these dragon transformation realm experts alone. Save me. Ji Hui was truly afraid at this point. She was being carried on the long spear, and her voice was trembling as she pleaded for help from the elders of the dragon transformation secret ground. The Supreme Divine King has already helped you resolve the grievances between you and my clan. You don't want to continue being enemies with us, right? Hand her over to us. What do you think? An elder from the dragon transformation realm said. The spectators were all shocked. These elders had lowered their stance, and it was obvious that they were afraid of Ji Hui. She was the one who wanted to kill me. How could I let her go? Yi Fan wasn't moved. He stared at Ji Hui and said with a sneer, the Ji clan has a wise person like your Saint Lord, but they also have an ungrateful and shameless person like you. I don't understand. He was obviously not flattering the Ji clan's Saint Lord. He was just making it clear that he didn't want to become enemies with the entire Ji clan. He only wanted to kill this old woman. Young man, you have to consider this carefully. The dragon transformation realm experts' hearts jumped. They could feel Yi Fan's killing intent. Don't kill me. Ji Hui was on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan glanced at her in disdain and said, let's end it here. Show mercy. A few of the dragon transformation secret realm cultivators shouted. However, Yi Fan only glanced at them. Without any hesitation, he threw the spear with all his might. The spear turned into a golden bolt of lightning and stabbed into the city gate once again. However, this time, the power behind the spear was incomparably great. Ji Hui was split into pieces and embedded into the wall. She was completely dead. The spear trembled coldly and terrifyingly. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan killed a few dragon transformation realm elders in front of them, and then swaggered off without anyone stopping him. Cough! Before Yi Fan left, he coughed and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He did this on purpose. He didn't want people to know that his great Dao injury had healed. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. It was better to let people continue to misunderstand him. On this day, the entire southern mountain range was shaken. The Saint Physique returned and fought against the experts of the Ji clan. He was invincible and nailed Ji Hui to death on the city gate. The news spread quickly. Many old friends found out that the Saint Physique was still alive. They were all astonished. He had such battle prowess and dared to do such a thing. The Yen capital was a gathering place. The Holy Lands of the Eastern Baron and the supreme sects of the Middle Prefecture all wanted to enter the ancient forbidden grounds to pluck the immortal divine medicine. There were even the kings of the Middle Prefecture's younger generation, as well as the Eastern Baron's younger generation's heaven's prides. Recently, they had been fighting fiercely. When they found out that Yi Fan had returned, a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. Chapter 439. Everyone thought that Yi Fan was dead, but he reappeared after a few months and did such a big thing all of a sudden. The news naturally caused an uproar. The young man with the surname Yi faced off against the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation secret realm alone, and killed Ji Hui in front of everyone. How shocking! It's unbelievable. It's been several months, yet the sacred body is still alive. Is he still alive? This is a turbulent era with many rulers rising. Without the sacred body of the ancients, he would seem imperfect. Even the heavens don't want to take him away. People discussed among themselves in shock. The sacred body's strong comeback had affected many people. Even some major forces could not sit still. The younger generation was even more restless. Yi Fan was definitely a great enemy, especially for the rulers. This was bad news. If the sacred body were to survive, the rulers would definitely have to fight him in the future. No one dared to say that they could completely suppress him. It would definitely be an extremely tragic battle. However, someone soon spread the news that when Yi Fan left, not only did golden blood seep from the corner of his mouth, but he also spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a place where no one was around. What? He coughed up blood? What a twist! He was obviously badly injured and couldn't escape from death. It seems that there's nothing he can do. Hee hee. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. Otherwise, they would have felt a sense of pressure. If the accomplished sacred body were to reappear in the world, many superforces would feel uncomfortable. Some sighed. The sacred body had broken the curse that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, but he did not have long to live. He originally had the hope of being comparable to the great emperors of old, but his fate was full of misfortunes, and he could not live. There were all kinds of people, and naturally, there were many who were gloating. They laughed and waited for the sacred body of the ancients to die and disappear from the world. The heavens want to take him away. Even if a supreme divine king were to help him, it wouldn't work. Months of his half a year of life have been used up. He can only live for a month at most. Now, it's better not to provoke him. He's about to die anyway, so there's no need to bother with a dead man. He even killed the people of the clan of the ancients like they were vegetables. He has already thrown caution to the wind. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Many people said this because they feared supreme god kings. Yi Fan had swept through Jianghu and the others, and his god king imprint had once burst out. This had truly stunned many of the old antiques. Many people secretly cursed. They didn't understand why the divine king was so lucky. However, they didn't know that this was a mark that Yi Fan had strengthened with the saint body's unique source. When Yi Fan heard these rumors, his lips curled into a smile. He muttered to himself, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'll revive every time." As for how to survive, he had too many reasons and excuses that he could show to the world flawlessly. Thinking of all the things that might happen in the future, he couldn't help but laugh. Important figures from the Ji family immediately appeared. Two grand elders came to the tavern and learned about everything in detail. Yi Fan almost bumped into them. He felt regretful that he couldn't see little Nan Nan for now. Although they were afraid of the divine king imprint and probably wouldn't make a move, he still didn't want to appear in the same place as them. He calmly left, heading north. He felt that there was someone who could take in Jianghu. That place was very suitable for him to live in peace. Along the way, he heard a lot of news, many of which were related to him. Many people were discussing him. His reappearance had indeed caused a great disturbance. At the same time, there was also a lot of news about the great sage's land and the supreme sects of the Central Plains plucking the primordial divine medicine. There was also a lot of news about the kings of the Central Plains and the Eastern Wasteland's young geniuses. The saint of the Jianghu school fought with Jianghu and was forced to vomit blood. When Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao fought to the death, the two were stopped by mysterious figures. Now, no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Their whereabouts were unknown. In addition, the Yin lady of the Jianghu school appeared. She visited the Yaoguang Holy Land and fought with Yao Shi. No one knew who was stronger and who was weaker. The Taishan school had a total of 100 peaks, representing 108 kinds of inheritance. It was incomparably prosperous and was one of the most powerful sects under the Holy Lands. From afar, it was as if 108 dragons were soaring in the sky. It was majestic and magnificent. In this area, even the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land were afraid of them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't provoke them. It was very difficult to have a conflict. Yi Fan silently snuck in and arrived at the humble peak. This peak was the same as before. It was very different from the other peaks. Weeds grew everywhere, old vines accompanied withered trees, broken walls and ruins. It was a desolate scene. Isn't the humble peak going to prosper? Why is it like this again? Yi Fan was puzzled. "You're back." A calm voice sounded beside his ear. Yi Fan was surprised. He had already concealed his aura, but as soon as he got close to the humble peak, elderly Ruoyu sensed it. On the humble peak, an old man dressed in gray clothes appeared. His expression was calm and ordinary. He didn't have the otherworldly air of a master. He was far from being an immortal. "Greetings, senior." Yi Fan rushed to the humble peak and paid his respects. This old man had done him a great favor. His all secret came from here. "Get up. I've heard about what happened to you. Stay at the humble peak." The old man didn't talk much. Standing in front of an ancient palace that was about to collapse, he didn't look like a cultivator at all. Weeds grew inside and outside the ancient palace. Not far away, There was a withered old tree. There were 9 crows cawing on it, but it didn't give people an ominous feeling. They were the treasures of the humble peak. They were the gods nurtured by the mountain's guarding weapon. Their power was peerless. Normal people wouldn't even think about them. Yi Fan didn't hide anything. He talked about his experiences in the past year in detail. In the end, he mentioned Zhang Wenchang and explained his purpose of coming. He wanted to ask the old man to take him in. Ask him to come out, Li Ruoyu said. Yi Fan took out the pristine jade bottle. With a flash of light, Zhang Wenchang appeared on the humble peak. He couldn't figure out the situation and was a bit stunned. Wake up. Don't just stand there like a fool. Yi Fan smiled and pushed him, telling him to pay his respects to Li Ruoyu. Yi Fan, I finally see you again. The moment Zhang Wenchang came back to his senses, his expression was extremely excited. He wasn't as lifeless as before. He was extremely tired of this world. These years, he was very depressed. He wasn't suitable for cultivation. He missed the past even more. He actually had the thought of leaving this world. His world was gray. Don't worry. Everything will change. Yi Fan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. We'll get drunk in a while. Li Ruoyu looked at Zhang Wenchang and said, Your foundation is really not good. Zhang Wenchang already knew why Yi Fan brought him here. He sighed and said, I've disappointed you. Why would I be disappointed? Li Ruoyu shook his head. Seeing you, I seem to see my past self. Why do you say that? Zhang Wenchang's wooden face was full of confusion. Yi Fan smiled. When he was in the Taishan sect, he heard people say that Li Ruoyu had no talent. His foundation was extremely poor. The main peaks were unwilling to accept him as a disciple. In the end, he came to the declining humble peak. He could be said to be a late bloomer. In the first 100 years, he couldn't even compare to the disciples of the other main peaks. It wasn't until he comprehended the great way of nature of the humble peak that he alarmed the 108 main peaks. I spent hundreds of years here in vain. Your foundation is the same as mine. Although it's not very good, it doesn't matter, Li Ruoyu said. Is foundation really not important? Zhang Wenchang was in a daze. If you comprehend it, this world can be used by us. Your own foundation is nothing, Li Ruoyu replied calmly. Not to mention Zhang Wenchang's reaction, even Yi Fan was very surprised. He had long noticed that the old man's cultivation was very high. He understood the true meaning of the great way of nature and was unfathomable. Although the humble peak looked desolate, if one carefully sensed it, they would find that it was in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. Life and death were interdependent, prosperity and decline coexisted, and there was a kind of great way of nature qi. Are you willing to accept me as a disciple? Zhang Wenchang wasn't too sure. These years, he had been bullied and humiliated by his fellow disciples. Everything was not going his way, and he had long given up on cultivation. The world is as big as your heart. Don't always be limited to your own dark world. After Li Ruoyu finished speaking, he pointed at the center of his brows. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed greatly. He then looked at Zhang Wenchang and Yi Fan in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and said, Civilizations from beyond the heavens, you guys. Yi Fan instantly understood. The old man understood everything and knew that they came from the other side of the starry sky. This was no longer a secret. The higher-ups of the Ji family also knew about it. Your past, your experiences, such beauty, the world of your heart is so vast, you should be confident. You and I should be like a teacher and a friend, right? Li Ruoyu found it hard to calm down and said such words. Zhang Wenchang hurriedly paid his respects and officially became a disciple of the humble peak. Li Ruoyu was very emotional. He said that if he had great achievements in the future, it would be greatly related to what he learned today. He encouraged Zhang Wenchang, telling him that as long as he persevered, his root bone wouldn't be a problem. Restoring Zhang Wenchang's appearance wasn't difficult. Yi Fan could do it with his own methods. However, he took out a holy fruit and helped him refine it into his body, helping him to be reborn. Yi Fan took out another fruit and gifted it to Li Ruoyu, wanting to repay his kindness. However, the old man shook his head and refused to accept it. I don't need it. Although Yi Fan had plucked many holy fruits, he still felt that it wasn't enough. In order to save the Divine King and little Ting Ting, he needed a perfect undying divine medicine. In the end, he pushed 10 catties of divine spring water to the old man, resolutely giving it away and not taking it back. What? Elder Ma Yun passed away? On the humble peak, Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchong drank wine and talked about the past. He received this news. No wonder Zhang Wenchong was in such dire straits. He sighed with emotion. The fate of cultivators was unpredictable. Life and death, sickness and old age were unstoppable. Everyone would have such a day unless they became immortals. But did the great ancient emperors do it? Yi Fan took Zhang Wenchong to wander around the humble peak so that he could familiarize himself with everything here. Then, he prepared to leave to look for little Nan Nan. Isn't that Li Xiaoman? Zhang Wenchong was surprised and pointed at a white-clothed girl flying in the sky. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Li Xiaoman was a disciple of the Stellar Peak, but he didn't have any intention of greeting her. Junior sister, that person is your old friend. Yi Fan. That's right, it's the divine physique that has caused such a commotion. I really didn't expect that he would stir up such great waves when he stayed in our Supreme Mystery sect. Senior brother Hua is extremely talented and likes to discuss the Tao with others. This time, he invited the young kings of the Central Plains and several geniuses. If he knew that the divine physique had appeared here, he would definitely invite him as well. Beside Li Xiaoman, 3 girls spoke one after another. They all stopped and one of them said, "I'll go tell senior brother Yunfei." After saying this, she flew away. Li Xiaoman turned around and looked back at Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchong. She landed on the ground and said calmly, "Long time no see." Yi Fan smiled and walked over with Zhang Wenchong. They appeared at the foot of the star peak and looked at this woman who was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. Chapter 440. Li Xiaoman. It really is you. We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. Zhang Wenchong found it difficult to calm down. His life had been gloomy in the past few years. Being able to see an old friend from the other side of the universe made him feel close and excited. Zhang Wenchong, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Li Xiaoman was dressed in white. She was beautiful and gave people a very peaceful feeling. I'm fine. Zhang Wenchong was very slow. After the initial excitement, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to remember the past. I heard about you. Rest well. Li Xiaoman looked at Yi Fan calmly. It's fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. How can a scourge like me die? Yi Fan smiled. At this moment, some disciples of the Star Peak flew over. They were all outstanding successors with great cultivations. They landed on the ground and walked towards Yi Fan. Brother Yi, I never thought you would return to Grand Mystery. Although these people were warm, there was a sliver of fear. They couldn't let go. Back then, Yi Fan had made the disciples of the Star Peak dispirited. Even now they could not forget that. No one had thought that in around 2 years, he would be able to stir up such a storm. Even though he was about to die, no one dared to underestimate him. A young king from the central continent has arrived. Senior brother Hua can't leave right now. He's afraid that brother Yi will leave, so he sent us to welcome you first. He'll come personally later, someone said. Junior sister Xiaoman is here too. Someone greeted. You can go. I'll go with them to see senior brother Hua in a while. Clearly, Li Xiaoman's identity was not ordinary. They all nodded and left. Zhang Wenchong was slow, but he was very nostalgic. He spoke much more than before. He felt that the closest people in the world were his old classmates. Li Xiaoman's eyes were like water as she stared at Yi Fan quietly. She said, "Do you really not have much time left? I don't have to die. In the northern region, the Supreme God King invited a divine doctor for me. He said that as long as I sever my cultivation, I can live. Then just live a peaceful life as a mortal," Li Xiaoman said. In the distance, a blue light flashed, and a blue-clothed man appeared. He was even more noble and pure than a woman. He was extremely quick-witted, like a banished immortal. He had an otherworldly temperament, and it was precisely Hua Yunfei. Jiang Yifei's elegance and Hua Yunfei's ethereal immortal-like nature left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Hua Yunfei, in particular, made him fearful. Currently, the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness was filled with outstanding talents. However, the powerful Hua Yunfei was still hiding in the southern region. His name was not well known, and very few people knew about him. "Welcome back, Brother Yi." Hua Yunfei had a warm smile on his face as he welcomed Yi Futian personally. Yi Fan also revealed a bright smile and said, "It has been 2 years since we last met. Brother Hua is even more elegant than before. How can I compare to Brother Yi? Right now, your name has shaken the world. Who doesn't know of you?" Hua Yunfei smiled and shook his head, revealing his sparkling teeth. He was extremely sincere as he said, "In the past, you once cultivated here. Even though you have left, the doors of Taishan will always be open for you." Brother Hua's words really move my heart. As Yi Fan said this, he could not help but cough. A faint golden blood seeped out. "Brother Yi, are you okay?" Hua Yunfei went up and asked anxiously and concernedly. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Yi Fan shook his head and used a white handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Hua Yunfei turned to face Li Xiaoman and said softly, "Junior sister Li Xiaoman, bring me the sacred medicine that I have treasured." Sacred medicine. Li Xiaoman was shocked. "It is the sacred medicine that the founder of Taishan left behind. I think it can reduce Brother Ye's injuries." Hua Yunfei smiled warmly. Li Xiaoman nodded. She glanced at Yi Fan and then flew away. "There is no need to do this. My injuries are fine." Yi Fan shook his head. As he spoke, he wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yi, you are a genius from ancient times. One day you will rule the world. You will definitely get through this." Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Even though he was frowning, he was still as ethereal as an immortal. "Senior Brother Hua, the Yao Guang Virgin is here," someone reported to Hua Yunfei. "Brother Yi, please don't leave. I have invited a few geniuses. In a while, we will drink and talk. I am going to welcome Goddess Yao Shi." Hua Yunfei apologized to Yi Fan. He was also very polite to Zhang Wenchang and asked them to wait for a while. "Brother Hua, there is no need to be so polite with me," Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched him leave. It was hard to say how strong Hua Yunfei was. In the past, Ji Ziyue had solemnly said that before the god body Ji Haoyue was born, there had been a shocking battle. His opponent was Hua Yunfei, and they had been evenly matched. In the end, the god body Ji Haoyue had paid a great price to win. This was what Ji Ziyue had said when she first saw Hua Yunfei. After that, Hua Yunfei went into seclusion for 2 years. The god body was only born 2 years later. However, the two of them did not fight again. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to be in deep thought. "Is he very strong?" Zhang Wenchang asked. He had heard of the god body, but he had never heard of the name Hua Yunfei. This was someone who dared to kill Ji Haoyue and his sister. How could he not be strong? However, Yi Fan could not tell Zhang Wenchang about this. Otherwise, it would only bring trouble to him. When you cultivate in Taishan, do not provoke him. It is best to stay in the humble peak and not leave the mountain easily. In Yi Fan's opinion, Hua Yunfei was on the same level as Yao Guang Saint. Back then, he had only lost to Ji Haoyue by 1 move. Many years had passed. Now that he was fighting with the god body, it was hard to say who was stronger. The Taishan sect does not have ancient scriptures, but he has such cultivation. He can fight against the god body. How shocking! Yi Fan said to himself. He had never underestimated Hua Yunfei. Other than his cultivation, this person had hidden himself very well. Who would have thought that he had wanted to kill Ji Ziyue? Every time he thought of this, he was very afraid. Not long later, Hua Yunfei returned. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was the Yao Guang Saint. "I know that the two of you have misunderstood, but the past is like smoke. Everything is in the past. Today, you are my honored guests." Hua Yunfei seemed to be afraid that the two of them would fight. How could that be? "Brother Hua, you worry too much." Yi Fan smiled and looked at the Yao Guang Saint. "Goddess Yao Shi, we have not seen each other for many months. You are the same as before. Like a shining pearl, like a beautiful lotus." Yao Shi responded with a moving smile, but in reality, she was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. Yi Fan had suppressed her in the fire divine furnace for nearly half a year. Moreover, he had stolen one of her bras. Every time she thought of it, she felt like she was going crazy. However, at this time, she did not seem abnormal. On the contrary, her smile was beautiful, and there was an intoxicating light in her eyes. Hua Yunfei had indeed invited some geniuses. In front of them, flowers and plants were fragrant, and there was a spiritual spring. There was a purple bamboo forest, and there were many extraordinary people in the pavilions. Wang Chongxiao came from the Central Plains and was a young king. His expression was cold, and he did not move. However, when he saw Yi Fan walk over, he suddenly stood up, and his murderous aura filled the air. "You want to kill me?" Yi Fan walked straight towards him, and there was a cold smile on his face. He was quite domineering. Everyone present was very nervous, and they all stood up. One was a king from the Central Plains, and the other was a saint from the Eastern Wasteland. The two of them met, and they actually wanted to fight. "Please calm down, you two." Hua Yunfei hurriedly stepped forward and stood between them. "During the last battle, my body reacted to you. Just now when I saw you, I was naturally a bit too agitated." Wang Chongxiao sat down. Yi Fan could not help but cough. He used a white cloth to wipe away a trace of blood. Many people's eyes flashed with a strange light. Everyone sat down, and Hua Yunfei smiled as he introduced them. Other than Wang Chongxiao, there were two other geniuses from the Middle State. One was the saint of the Yinyang sect, and the other was a princess from the ancient Hua dynasty. There were also a dozen cultivators from the southern region. However, other than Yao Shi and Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect, the others were not very famous. Everyone drank and talked. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and there was no longer the nervousness from before. During this time, Hua Yunfei played a song. The music seemed to come from the 9 heavens, causing many flowers to bloom in advance. Many spiritual birds landed and danced with him. His Guqin skills had long entered the realm of the path, and everyone was amazed. Their hearts rippled. If he fought against an enemy, his music could probably kill them without them knowing. Not long later, Li Xiaoman came over. In her hand was a small purple jade cauldron. It was only the size of a palm. The moment she opened the lid, a fragrance wafted over. "Brother Yi, please take this medicine. It will definitely slow down your injuries." Hua Yunfei personally brought it to Yi Fan. "I know my own injuries. There is no need to waste such a spiritual pill." Yi Fan shook his head. "This is the 9 orifices exquisite pill made by the founder of the Taishan sect. It definitely has a magical effect," Hua Yunfei said. Many people were shocked. Many of them had heard of this pill before. Even Yao Shi was moved. She said, "Back then, the founder of your sect made 108 of them. Now, there are probably only a few left, right?" Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect was also shocked. "This pill can almost heal the dead. Although it can't compare to a magical medicine, it can extend life. I was lucky enough to get one. I really can't bear to see a genius like Brother Yi die. I want to help him get through this." Hua Yunfei passed the small cauldron to Yi Fan. In the purple cauldron, there was a pill the size of a baby's fist. It had 9 orifices, and it looked like a small ginseng baby. Its entire body shone with purple light. Yi Fan declined and then accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Hua, for the pill." This was indeed a gathering to discuss the Tao. Everyone present shared some of their insights in cultivation, and even the arrogant Wang Chongxiao shared some of his experiences. Yi Fan was very surprised. This person looked down on the cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory and could still sit here today. Hua Yunfei indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. In the end he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, I heard that you fought with Yi Huiling and were stopped by a mysterious person. What happened? Where did Lady Yi go?" Hearing this, everyone looked over. Everyone present had heard this rumor. Because of this, Wang Chongxiao had disappeared for a long time. Yi Huiling is definitely not dead. The person who ambushed us that day was very powerful. He is definitely someone from the older generation. Wang Chongxiao gritted his teeth and refused to say anything more. In the end, Yi Fan coughed up blood and left early. The gathering also ended. They agreed to meet again in 7 days. "Brother Yi, are you really going to leave? Why don't you stay in Taishan for a while? Goddess Yao Shi, Wang Chongxiao, and Princess Gu Hua are all geniuses. We will meet again in 7 days." It will be very beneficial to interact with each other. Hua Yunfei sincerely urged him to stay. I need to find a way to prolong my life. I can't waste any more time. I can only leave now. Brother Hua, we will meet again. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan bid farewell. Li Xiaoman saw him off and said, there is no choice. Just cut off your cultivation. Actually, being immortal is good. I know what to do. Yi Fan left. He and Zhang Wenchang returned to the humble peak and met Li Ruoyu alone. He said, Senior, please do me a favor. What is it? Help me stop a terrifying person, Yi Fan said. What happened? Li Ruoyu did not understand. I am sure that someone wants to kill me. Please follow me for a few days and help me stop a terrifying old man. If someone from the younger generation attacks me, I will get rid of him myself. You are sure that someone wants to kill you? Li Ruoyu's eyes were as calm as water. Yes, I am sure that someone wants to make a move. Yi Fan was very sure. Since you already know, why don't you retreat? Why do you still want to meet him? Li Ruoyu asked. Because I want to confirm one thing, Yi Fan replied. On that day, Yi Fan left the Supreme Mystery Sect and headed towards the Yan capital. He walked very slowly and was not in a hurry. He paid close attention to everything in the dark. Buzz! On the 7th day, a dazzling light descended from the sky and slapped towards him. It was a huge purple hand that covered the sky and the earth. The shockwave it released was as terrifying as the ocean. Bang! Li Ruoyu appeared. He raised a single hand to the sky and reached out a large earthen yellow hand to block. With a rumbling sound, the peak of a nearby mountain range was sent flying. One could well imagine how terrifying this power was. So ruthless. He is actually comparable to the Divine Lord. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He was very worried for Li Ruoyu. Pang! Li Ruoyu was very calm. He comprehended the mysteries of the mountains and rivers. In this forest, he was like a deity as a domain appeared. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Giant vines were like dragons as they covered the sky. There were plants everywhere. They grew in the void and flowed with terrifying power. Every blade of grass, every vine, every tree was absorbing power from the void. One could see their roots splitting open the space and completely covering this place. A skinny old man was forced out. He was trapped in this natural domain and could not rush out. This was an existence that was not much weaker than a divine lord. He was extremely powerful and his magical power overflowed into the sky. He shattered a mountain peak, but he still could not rush out. Pop! An ancient vine bloomed in the void and absorbed the power of the void. It rushed out like a dragon and wrapped around the old man. Who are you? I seem to have sensed your aura before. Li Ruoyu calmly faced the expert who was imprisoned in the void. Brat, you are actually so crafty. The skinny expert did not reply to Li Ruoyu. Instead, he coldly stared at Yi Fan. I already knew that you would come to kill me. Yi Fan sneered and said, Since you can't kill me, then I'm sorry. I will go kill him. Chapter 441. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This withered old man was fearless. He didn't respond to Li Ruoyu at all and only stared at him. You want to keep me here? That's impossible. The withered old man's words were cold. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, appearing extremely sinister. His spine shot out rays of light that shot into the heavens, crushing the surrounding vegetation to pieces. This was a soul-shaking sword radiance that cut apart a mountain peak. Rubble scattered into the clouds as sword energy pierced through the heavens and swept out in all directions. Hung Long. The spine shot out sword radiance. It was extremely strange, but it was unstoppable. It was incomparably terrifying. A mountain peak was cut apart at the waist and collapsed. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. Earth and stone flew everywhere like raging waves crashing against the shore. The entire world trembled, making one feel suffocated. A terrifying storm of energy wreaked havoc with great momentum that shook the hearts. Like a flood that reached the heavens, the sword energy that pierced through the clouds completely destroyed this mountainous region, completely flattening it. There wasn't a single trace left behind, turning it into a barren desert. Pu. The vegetation that took root in the void constantly collapsed. Even though they absorbed the power of the void and possessed a sturdy and immortal divine radiance, they still couldn't stop this sword radiance. All types of ancient vines and towering old trees were originally engraved in the void, turning into Tao diagrams that were mysterious and unfathomable. But they were still cut apart and broken apart one by one. Half-step supreme being. Yi Fan was shocked. This withered and mysterious old man's strength was incomparably powerful, leaving one speechless. If he took another half-step forward, he would be comparable to a holy lord. This old man will send you on your way. His smile was cold and his killing intent soared into the clouds. The invisible killing intent turned into a peerless edge that aimed straight at the source of others. Pop! Old man Li Ruoyu frowned. He reached out a finger and a refreshing aura of vegetation filled the air. His finger turned into a towering tree that blocked the invisible killing intent. Pooh! Pooh! The towering old tree had branches like dragons and lush green leaves, but at this time, it was continuously wounded. Leaves fell in disorder as a terrifying divine force rushed out. The natural great Tao resisted the formless killing intent, obliterating the peerless sharpness and slowly dispelling the powerful killing intent. These were two extremes. The emaciated and mysterious old man's killing intent shot into the sky, and his entire body was like an unsheathed peerless and ferocious sword, whereas Li Ruoyu was carefree, as if he was strolling in a beautiful painting. Li Ruoyu, don't think that you can gain a foothold in the Southern Territory just because you've comprehended the humble peak. I'll let you know what an immortal inheritance is. The mysterious old man was becoming more and more domineering. His entire body was filled with killing intent, as if a demonic blade had come back to life. That kind of aura was so powerful that it made people's flesh and blood spasm uncontrollably. Boom! His body released endless radiance. Terrifying divine radiance shot in all directions. He was as resplendent as a sun, raising this place to the ground. Clang! The shriveled old man's spine creaked, and a holy sword actually appeared. His right hand grasped the hilt of the sword, and he slowly pulled it out. Clang clang! Blinding divine radiance and terrifying sword cries pierced through metal and cracked stone, almost shattering one's soul. This was an undying sword intent that could shatter one's soul. He used his spine as a sheath, and a terrifying divine sword was born. With every inch he pulled out, a terrifying aura would appear, and the entire ground would crack open. Boom! The sword was not completely unsheathed, but the killing intent had already engulfed the world. The sword radiance was everywhere, or perhaps it should be called terrifying sword waves. The shriveled old man slowly pulled out the sword. The exposed 3-inch blade vibrated with ripple-like fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it was destroyed. Pop! In the sky, leaves withered and broken wood fell. The sword intent cut through the natural Tao, destroying everything as it pressed forward. Dang! The shriveled old man shouted, and his right hand quickly pulled out the sword. His entire body was dazzling, and the sword radiance split the sky. Clang! The divine sword that was born in his spine was completely pulled out by him. It was even more resplendent than 10 suns combined together. Sword of man! The shriveled old man roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Several meter-wide cracks appeared under his feet, and they extended into the distance. It was extremely terrifying. The divine sword in his hand slashed down towards Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan. It was known as the Sword of Man, and it displayed the power of the human body to the extreme. Even the void was split in half. The blazing sword radiance became the only thing between the heaven and earth, covering up everything. At this moment, the Sword of Man became eternal. The world-shocking sword radiance split the void in half, and the earth was split into a great ravine that stretched as far as the eye could see. Walala! The green leaves swayed, and an ancient vine appeared. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, and it took root in the void. It surrounded Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan in the center, blocking the supreme killing sword. It's useless. Sword of Man, break for me. The shriveled old man roared. The terrifying great sword came crashing down, and the void was cut open and melted. It was simply impossible to block. Yi Fan was horrified. No wonder this old man didn't respond to Li Ruoyu's words when he was trapped not long ago, and instead only stared at him as if he wanted to kill him. It was clear that this old man had a powerful trump card. He was confident in his backing. Half-step great figures were terrifying after all. Wang! Heaven and earth trembled. The ancient vine was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if it was a hibernating horned dragon. It swayed about, and the giant leaves flickered with green light. A fresh and natural aura filled the air. Kacha! The ancient vine was incomparably strong, and its old skin was rough like dragon scales. Its roots pierced into the void, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Break for me! The shriveled old man shouted. Exceptional sword radiance hacked down. Even though the void was collapsing, the ancient vine didn't break. It was like a horned dragon, bold and majestic. Vine flowers bloomed one after another, filled with endless vitality. Every flower was a Tao diagram that condensed in the void. This world immediately stabilized, becoming completely fixed in place. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The roots took root in the void, condensing the power of the void in an endless stream. It connected with the great Tao, becoming one. This was the power of the natural great Tao. This was a grand Tao diagram that covered this small world. Everything was harmonious and natural. The human sword couldn't cut in. Moreover, the ancient vine was like a true dragon, extending towards him, wishing to bind him and forever seal him in this domain. The heavens were immeasurable, the earth far immeasurable. In this small world of the natural great Tao, Li Ruoyu became a deity, possessing unstoppable Tao force. He waved his hand. The ancient vine extended out, piercing through the void, obliterating the human sword. It wrapped around the shriveled old man at the center. Vine flowers flickered one after another. The Tao diagram was like an abyss, immeasurably deep as it suppressed forward. Li Ruoyu, you are quite formidable. The shriveled old man's expression changed. He then attacked with everything he had, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, he stopped moving. His body flowed with a terrifying aura. He said coldly, I don't believe you can suppress me. Tremendous fluctuations erupted, destroying the plains like a mountain flood. Waves reached high into the sky. The mysterious old man's figure immediately dimmed. That place became darker and darker. In the end, he turned into a black hole. Terrifying fluctuations originated from the pitch-black center. It began to devour everything in an incomparably crazy manner. The ancient vines broke apart and the withered branches were thrown into disorder. They rushed forward together and were swallowed up by the black hole. The power of the natural great Tao was like a tsunami that broke through a dam. I'll take your power and use it for me. Let's see how you resist. The shriveled old man sneered. At this time, he became a black abyss that devoured everything. It was difficult to see his figure anymore. The natural force in the void was completely sucked dry. Extremely terrifying fluctuations destroyed everything. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan couldn't stand still. The space around them collapsed and the great earth shattered. In the distance, a mountain peak split apart. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was crazily swallowed up by the black hole. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan were also surrounded by the black hole and were about to be sucked in. A great crisis descended. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This strange demonic art was terrifying after all. Exuberant life energy erupted. An ancient tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves were lush and lush. It engraved itself in the void and its leaves rustled. 9 Tao diagrams actually fell down. It was as if they grew from this ancient tree. From the crown of the tree all the way down to the roots, they melted together with the void and became one with the great Tao. The natural energy was flourishing to the extreme. The great Tao of heaven and earth was at his disposal. This was the true embodiment of this. Li Ruoyu sat on the crown of the tree, not moving at all. This is useless. The shriveled old man shouted from within the black hole. My mysterious technique is unrivaled under the heavens. It is enough to suppress your Tao source. The mysterious technique isn't important. What is important is the person. Li Ruoyu replied. The ancient tree swayed. It was connected to the great Tao. 9 diagram scrolls unfolded, turning into 9 small gates of heaven and earth. They were profound and mysterious and flowed with a mysterious aura. In the distance, another mountain peak collapsed. It was swallowed up by the mysterious old man's black hole. The earth trembled and the heavens seemed as if they were about to fall down. The ancient tree took root in the void. Its vitality became increasingly exuberant. The 9 Tao diagrams revolved, becoming one with Li Ruoyu and becoming one with the great world. The sound of chanting sutras echoed out. It was hard to tell if this was coming from the ancient tree or from the small world gate formed by the 9 Tao diagrams. It seemed to come from ancient times, mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if an ancient heroic spirit was resonating with the Tao, or as if an ancient god was perceiving the heavens and earth, chanting ancient scriptures. Within each of the 9 Tao diagrams, a Li Ruoyu appeared. He had become the absolute deity of this natural world. His aura was everywhere. You! The shriveled old man was shocked. He tried his best to resist, but the black hole continued to crack apart and slowly disintegrate. Bang! Finally, after a loud explosion, the giant black hole vanished. The world became tranquil once more, filled with vitality. Green buds began to grow from the destroyed mountains. The inheritance of my humble peak isn't simple at all. You old thing with such poor aptitude actually managed to reach this step. The shriveled old man was deeply shocked. Mysterious methods and inheritances aren't important. Li Ruoyu's words were still the same. He turned his hand and pressed downwards. The shriveled old man's eyes shined with an incomparably evil light. Then, 2 beams of light shot out, piercing through the void as if they wanted to escape. But, under the cover of Li Ruoyu's great hand, he couldn't escape. The 2 beams of divine light were imprisoned within his palm. Bang! Suddenly, he self-immolated. He instantly turned into a blazing light, so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, he dimmed down and turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. He destroyed my divine sense. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had cultivated to such a boundary, yet he had so cleanly destroyed himself and was so ruthless to himself. The body on the ground had lost all vitality, as if it had died dozens of years ago. There was an ancient and archaic feeling to it that was filled with evil. Yi Fan and Li Ruoyu descended and carefully observed the corpse. The strength of this corpse was astonishing, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Chong-chong sounds rang out when they struck it. It really isn't easy to cultivate to this boundary. Li Ruoyu sighed softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a ball of flame jumped out, fresh and natural. Pooh! The corpse was submerged, turning into ashes in a breath of time. Nothing was left. Yi Fan was very shocked. The old man's cultivation had exceeded his expectations, comparable to a divine lord. As expected, great talents matured slowly. Li Ruoyu had been silent for hundreds of years, and only then did he comprehend the Tao. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, alarming the 108 peaks of Taishan. He was considered to be comparable to his predecessors in the future. When Yi Fan saw how unfathomable he was completely at ease with Zhang Wenchong. They were the same type of people, born to be master and disciple. There was no need to worry about their future accomplishments. Be careful. If you can't do it, then follow me back to my humble peak, Li Ruoyu said. Yi Fan thanked him. He was full of respect for the old man, and then he said goodbye. That day, there were rumors in the southern region that the divine physique was going to leave this world. Many people saw him spit out large mouthfuls of blood and staggered back to Yendu. The divine physique's great Tao injury has worsened again. He won't be able to survive. Almost everyone in the southern region knew of this news, and many people were discussing it. On the same day, Yi Fan came to Yendu and found a few supreme sects from the great sages' land and the central plains. They were willing to enter the ancient forbidden land on their behalf to pick the immortal divine medicine. When this news came out, the southern region was in an uproar. Everyone was sure that Yi Fan had been forced into a dead end. He had a premonition that he didn't have much time left, so he was willing to become a medicine boy in the Holy Land in exchange for a last chance at survival. On this day, Yaoguang Saint Child was hazy. His entire body was surrounded by holy light like a deity. He opened his eyes under a great waterfall, filled with the aura of a god. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was not calm. He found Yao Shi and said, "The divine physique is about to leave this world. Let's go and take a look." Yao Shi was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were full of spirit. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Fan died, she would be free. Otherwise, the bra would always make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that Yi Fan would throw it out one day. "I'm about to disappear from this world. The divine physique is about to be destroyed. You should come out now, right? I'm waiting to kill you." Yi Fan laughed coldly and looked to the north. He believed that the others' support wouldn't dare to enter Yendu because the great sage's land and the central plains supreme sects were all here. In the Ji family, Jianghu with the divine king physique gazed to the south and said, "He's about to die." In the end, he couldn't defy the heavens. What a pity. The divine physique will never appear in this world again. Let's go and take a look. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose, and there was some sadness in her intelligent eyes. She said to herself, "He's still going to die." Then she turned around and lowered her head. "But he killed my aunt." Jianghu caressed her hair lovingly and said, "That's Ji Bue's great-aunt. But she's also a direct descendant of our Ji family." Jianghu's eyes were incomparably deep. He gazed into the distance and said, "Being too kind is easy to get hurt." In the Taishan sect, Hua Yunfei stood on a cliff. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and he was as ethereal as an immortal. He sighed and said, "What a pity. Brother Yi is actually going to die. Junior sister Xiaoman, let's go and see him off." Li Xiaoman stood on the cliff, her white robe fluttering in the wind. She gazed at the southern region and nodded. Chapter 442. Yan capital had a long history. Many dynasties rose and fell here, and most of them chose to build their capital here. Since ancient times, it had been the center of this region. The change of a dynasty was a huge matter in the eyes of mortals, but cultivators didn't care about it. Some experts could see 9 dynasties in their lives. The ancient city walls were carved with the vicissitudes of time. Blade marks and sword holes bore witness to the rise and fall of dynasties. Yi Fan released all kinds of smoke and coughed out blood to enter Yan capital. Naturally, he was creating a false impression. He wanted to draw out a scheming enemy and kill him after he came to Yan capital. The fact that the enemy sent a top expert to kill him was enough to show how terrifying he was. He had a half-step expert protecting him. Perhaps the withered old man who died wasn't his real body and was just a human-shaped weapon. This was Li Ruoyu's speculation because the corpse was too old. With such a powerful figure protecting him, Yi Fan didn't want to take the risk and kill him. He could only set up a trap to draw him out and kill him outside. He was sure that the other party had obtained the inheritance of the vicious person from the north, and was determined to obtain the divine body's source energy. After learning that he was about to enter the forbidden area, he would definitely rush over. Otherwise he might never have the chance. Even though he had a top expert protecting him, the demonic arts of half-step experts couldn't see the light of day. If such a person appeared in Yan capital, he would definitely be hunted down by the Great Sage's land and the Central Plains Supreme Sections. Yi Fan was taking advantage of the situation. The Supreme Sects wanted to pick the undying divine medicine and gathered in Yan capital. This was enough to intimidate the half-step experts so that they wouldn't dare to show themselves. If the vicious person's inheritance appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could devour the source energy of other constitutions, and everyone in the world would kill it. In the past, the vicious person had the entire world as his enemy. His path was even more difficult than Great Emperor Wu Shi's. He fought against the entire world alone. Regardless of whether it was the Central Plains or the Eastern Wasteland, as long as it was a cultivator, they would suppress him. This inheritance went against the harmony of the world and wanted to kill other cultivators to strengthen itself. "I will disappear from this world. Let's see how you can keep your composure. If you bully my dying body, I will kill you until your blood runs dry." Yi Fan also felt restraining fear towards this type of inheritance. It was just too heaven-defying, able to continuously strengthen one's body. If he gathered all of the king essences in one body, just how powerful would he be? Every time he thought of this question, he would feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know how powerful that ruthless man was after he became a great emperor. The inheritance and weapon of the merciless great martial emperor made the undying Black Emperor drool every day. He had been thinking about it for a long time. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly if Emperor Wu Shi and Vicious were born in the same era. Both of them are monstrous geniuses who are often struck by lightning. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He really yearned for such a grand era. If he could personally see these two ancient emperors, it would definitely be an honor. Unfortunately, since ancient times, Central Continent, Southern Mountains, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Desolate had never produced two great emperors in the same era. Perhaps it was too difficult to become a great emperor. After all, there were only a few people since ancient times. However, Yi Fan still had doubts in his heart. He felt that it wasn't so simple. Since ancient times, billions of life forms had been born. Could it be that there had never been two people with the bearing of a great emperor in the same era? Could it be related to this world? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He thought of many things, but he couldn't truly understand them. After Yi Fan finished arranging everything, he walked along the main street and arrived at an inn. It was next to Zhang Wenchang's tavern. Little Nan Nan. Yi Fan really wanted to see the little girl. If it wasn't for her little seven-colored stone, he would most likely have died in the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was impossible for him to survive. However, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to see her in the near future. He had already heard from Zhang Wenchang that little Nan Nan had been taken away by a girl. Zhang Wenchang didn't see that girl. Yi Fan guessed that it was Yi Huiling. He only came here to seek confirmation. He entered the inn to find the boss and immediately searched his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan was worried. During this period of time, little Nan Nan was actually always sick. She kept muttering something about a little stone, which scared the people in the inn badly. They were afraid that she would die here and wanted to drive her away several times. After searching the memories of the inn boss, Yi Fan discovered a shocking fact. Every time little Nan Nan was seriously ill, it was when he used the little seven-colored stone. Especially when he held the little stone on the sacred mountain for the first time. When it was dim, little Nan Nan was seriously ill and almost died. This made him blame himself incomparably. This little stone can't be lost. Little Nan Nan can't leave it. Yi Fan was alarmed. Even though the little seven-colored stone was very beautiful, he still put it into the jade bottle containing the deity's spring to nourish it. Even when Yi Fan left, he still had doubts. Was it Yi Huiling who took little Nan Nan away? He searched the memories of everyone in the inn but found no clues. It was just a mass of mist. Someone had purposely destroyed the imprint. Judging from the time, it should be Yi Huiling. But soon, she and Wang Chongxiao were ambushed and disappeared. Where did they go? Yen City was in a turbulent state. Experts of the older generation appeared, and the young generation's geniuses appeared. There were many topics of discussion every day. On this day, Saint Child Yao Guang came and attracted a lot of attention. He was an almost invincible figure among the younger generation. Many people thought that he was on par with the great emperor when he was young. Yao Shi also appeared. The two were like a beautiful couple. Their elegance was moving and attracted the attention of many. Saint Child Yao Guang is broad-minded and bold. He doesn't hold any grudges and came just to see the dying saint physique. Perhaps he has some regrets. If he wants to walk the path of the ancient emperors, the saint physique is the best whetstone. It's a great enemy that must be defeated. Unfortunately, this opponent is about to pass away. People had a high evaluation of Saint Child Yao Guang. Many people of the older generation thought that he would definitely reach the peak and look down on the eastern wasteland. On the same day, Ji Haoyue, who had the physique of a divine king, arrived. The divine physique was known as the king of the eastern wasteland. There was no doubt about it. Naturally, he was the focus of everyone's attention. The supreme divine king Jiang Taishu had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years and was almost at the end of his life. But as soon as he came out, he swept through the world. No one could compete with him. From this, one could see how terrifying the divine physique was. If Ji Haoyue grew up and didn't encounter a disaster like divine king Jiang, his future would undoubtedly be incomparably bright. Beside him, Little Moon of the Ji family followed. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had a little dimple on her face, giving people a lively and clever feeling. She also attracted a lot of discussion. I heard that Ji Ziyue also has a special physique. Even Nangong Zheng wanted to take her as a disciple. Nangong Zheng's lifespan is about to end. Some people said that he followed dozens of living fossils into the Bronze Immortal Palace. I wonder if it's true. Ji Haoyue, who had the physique of a divine king, only looked at Yi Fan from afar. He didn't approach him. His expression was calm and he didn't say anything. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to come over, but Ji Haoyue grabbed her arm tightly. She couldn't take a step forward. I'm just going to take a look. I won't say anything. He's about to die. Little Moon of the Ji family couldn't help but cry when she saw Yi Fan coughing blood. You can only take a look and not go over. After all, he killed our clansman. I don't like that, aunt. Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to let go. He warned expressionlessly, "It's easy to get hurt if you're too kind." Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Naturally, he sensed the siblings behind him. His expression was calm and he didn't look back. He just sighed. Although Ji Haoyue didn't go forward, Yao Guang did. His expression was calm and his teeth were very white. He gave people a very radiant feeling. His entire body was flowing with a faint golden luster. "Brother Yi, can we sit down and reminisce about the old days?" Even Yao Guang's hair was flowing with golden light. He was like the sun god. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect that he would be the first to come. He couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered for a moment and then made a gesture of invitation. Yao Shi was at the side. She was graceful and elegant. Her steps were graceful and charming. Many people couldn't help but pay attention to her. Yao Guang and the Doomsday Divine Physique reunited. I think this scene will be mentioned many years later. I wonder which one of them will regret it. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. A cultivator saw this scene and said so. In a very quiet tea house, Yi Fan and Yao Shi were facing each other. They were originally great enemies, but now they were sitting together like this. Both sides had a very strange feeling. "Brother Yi, don't be pessimistic. Maybe you can get through this. From now on, you can do whatever you want," Yao Guang said. Yi Fan said, "In the Northern Realm, the divine doctor once said that if I sever my own cultivation, I should be able to live. Maybe I will make this choice." Yao Guang immediately smiled and said, "According to my understanding of Brother Yi, you won't make this choice even if you die." After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart quivered. Only after Yao Shi and Yao Guang left did he mutter to himself, "Why is he the first to come to me?" Yi Fan sat quietly in an inn in the capital of Yen for 3 days. On this night, a shocking murderous intent suddenly shot into the sky. 3 figures appeared. They were like 3 eternal and inextinguishable divine furnaces. Their life force was incomparably powerful. They killed their way into his room. The inn was immediately turned into powder. Under this kind of terrifying fluctuation, all the buildings were no longer there. The person in the lead was 3 meters tall. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was tall and strong, and his black hair danced in the wind. He held an ancient halberd in his hand, almost tearing the world apart. He had incomparable vitality. He turned into a true dragon and rushed into the night sky. Bloody light covered his body. He was like a demon god descending to the world. He waved the halberd and chopped down. The world was cut apart in an instant. It was like an ancient beast coming out of the abyss. It was like an unparalleled Holy Spirit walking out of the 7 great forbidden areas. It was incomparably terrifying. Clang! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and met the halberd head-on. A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating through the entire Yen capital. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The weapon in this person's hand interweaved with the laws of heaven and earth. He himself was also incomparably powerful. This was a great enemy. Boom! On the side, another person made a move. His power was just as terrifying. It was a man who looked like a demon god. His purple hair danced in the wind. He was like a god who had descended to the world. He activated an ancient pagoda and suppressed downwards. His deep eyes flickered with a demonic purple radiance. Its power was terrifying. The ancient pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Great Tao patterns flickered on its surface. It was definitely a weapon that interweaved the Taoan principles. Before it even landed, the great earth already collapsed. Clang! Yi Fan bare-handedly resisted this great weapon. His large golden hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. Tao patterns swirled about as it struck the ancient pagoda. The sound rang through the entire capital. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Doubt arose in Yi Fan's heart. A third wave of terrifying aura attacked. It was as if the Milky Way fell from the 9 heavens. It was a woman with a face like a flower and a face like the moon. Her slender jade-like hand brushed out, and dazzling radiance rushed over. Yi Fan sneered. Was she going to fight him in close combat? His right hand turned into a golden Tao monument. Symbols flickered, and it was as if it represented the will of heaven and earth as it struck down. Wang! Suddenly, behind that resplendent radiance, the woman held a black jar in her hand. It turned into a black hole and wanted to swallow him. Yi Fan's heart jumped. It was another expert. She could be considered a great enemy. She was definitely not weaker than the previous two. This jar looked incomparably familiar. An imitation of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. It interweaves the Taoan principles. Yi Fan was shocked. This jar was even stronger than Two-Fei's jar. Could it be that I guessed wrong? His heart was filled with doubt. His entire body surged with golden blood energy as he fought against the three experts barehandedly. This battle alarmed many experts of the Yen capital. Many cultivators rushed over. They were shocked. When did these three peerless young experts appear? Chapter 443. Clang! That 3-meter-tall, majestic man had the strength to pick up mountains. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He swung his halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth. Yi Fan resisted with his golden fist, causing the halberd to tremble repeatedly. The sound of the halberd pierced through metal and stone, resounding throughout the sky. Boom! The purple-haired man was like a demon deity. His skin was sparkling like white jade, and his eyes were as terrifying as the abyss, occasionally flowing with purple light. He controlled the 9-story ancient pagoda and covered Yi Fan below. He kept activating it, and the innate Tao rune-imprinted pagoda descended, almost sucking Yi Fan inside several times. Dong! A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The ancient pagoda pressed down, piercing through the earth and sucking in endless soil and stones. Clang! Yi Fan's heart trembled as he tried his best to dissolve it. He had already been sucked into the first floor of the ancient pagoda, and the golden hand continued to move. Dong! His left hand turned into a golden heavenly steel, and his right hand turned into a golden millstone. They struck out at the same time, and finally the weapon was sent flying. He was fearful, but he didn't know how shocked the others were. How many people would dare to resist a heavenly rune weapon with their bare hands? The saint physique is too powerful, and his body is comparable to a heavenly rune weapon. He is innately invincible, and how many people in the same generation can injure him? To deal with him, one can only suppress him with overflowing magic power and slowly refine him. Otherwise, he will suffer greatly. Many cultivators came from afar, and they were all discussing in low voices. The sounds of such a battle could be heard for dozens of miles, and as long as one was in the Swallow capital, it was impossible not to hear it. At this moment, what Yi Fan feared the most was the woman with the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. Not only did she have the body of the jar, but she also had a lid, both of which had Tao and logic interwoven within. According to legend, the scariest part of the jar was the lid. It was refined by Ruthless using the skull of a great sovereign, and it possessed unimaginable power. Even if it was an imitation, it should be even more terrifying than the jar. Yi Fan was always on guard, but this beautiful woman didn't use it. This was a formless deterrent. These three people's origins were unfathomable, and every single one of them was a great enemy. They were all comparable to saint children, but he had never heard of them before. This truly shocked him. Chi! All of a sudden, a beam of gold light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. That small golden lake was like a small sun, and a small golden cauldron condensed by his soul consciousness flew out. Everyone in the younger generation knew how powerful his divine sense was. When the small golden lake transformed into a small 3-legged cauldron, everyone's expression changed. Even the three powerful enemies revealed looks of shock. The space between their brows flickered with brilliance. Great treasures appeared, blocking in front of them. Hey! The beautiful woman gave a cold snort, then abruptly pulled out the lid of the ancient sky-devouring fiend jar and pressed it towards the small golden cauldron. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his forehead. The golden cauldron was about to be sucked into the demonic lid. There was a ghostly face imprint on it that looked like it was laughing, but also like it was crying. It was incomparably bizarre. Hee hee. Haha. A terrifying laughter sounded. It was sinister and terrifying, as if the world's most vicious person was laughing coldly in front of the desolate past. It transmitted through time and space. Then, an incomparably arrogant laughter sounded. It was as if the world's most arrogant demonic voice could trample on all the immortals of the heavens. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. This was just an imitation, yet it even imitated this type of demonic voice? Was this the voice of that unmatched vicious person? Fortunately, it was only an imitation. It only had a sound and didn't possess the power to erase the world. Otherwise, It would definitely be a great disaster. Even Yen's city wouldn't be able to protect itself. Despite this being the case, Yi Fan's small golden cauldron was almost sucked inside. It quickly grew dim. He released a light shout, the space between his brows flourishing with golden light. The small golden cauldron turned into a streak of flowing light and rushed out, sweeping towards the three of them. They hurriedly resisted, fearing that it would touch their bodies. Everyone knew that this was one of Yi Fan's trump cards. Dong. At the same time, the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. That woman turned her hand, aiming it at Yi Fan. A mysterious streak of light shot out. This was a streak of dark light that devoured everything. Apart from this, there were great Tao patterns that descended, strand after strand like a heavenly screen, destroying everything. Ah! Yi Fan was unharmed, but in the distance, there were people who fell onto the ground and cried out miserably. A large number of people were affected, blood flowing out from the space between their brows. This devil cover's power was extremely great. Moreover, right at this time, the devil face imprint on the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar's lid seemed to have come to life, crying and laughing. Yi Fan's heart was pounding intensely. Chaotic green lotus. He displayed the irregular scene, wishing to suppress the three of them at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was still to deal with the heaven-devouring devil jar. This sect artifact was too sinister. He didn't know what other powers it had yet to display. He didn't want to deal with them one by one. He wanted to take the initiative, wanting to capture and kill all three of them at once. Primal chaos mist lingered about. The little golden cauldron returned to the space between his eyebrows. Yi Fan moved. A green lotus accompanied him, taking root in the void. It was like a heavenly book of the great Tao. 3 leaves gently swayed, reviving all living things. The world seemed to return to the beginning. Wang. Yi Fan's hands moved. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared between his golden palms. His left hand was a yin diagram, and his right was a yang diagram. It was as if the sun and moon were moving together. An aura of the beginning of the world filled the air. Yi Fan's golden hands turned into a yin-yang diagram, wanting to cover the three of them below. It was clear that they knew how powerful this scene was. They didn't dare to enter the range of the irregular scene, all of them decisively retreating. Dang! The tall and imposing man with the ancient halberd was sent flying backwards. The halberd in his hands violently trembled. If it was any other weapon, they would have already been turned to powder. It was impossible for them to withstand a strike from the yin-yang diagram. Bang! The ancient 9-layered pagoda was like a mountain. It was sent flying by the yang diagram in Yi Fan's right hand. It turned into a beam of light that tore through the skies like a comet, disappearing into the ends of the world. Only the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar was terrifying. Even though it was a weak replica, it still displayed an unimaginable might. It withstood the yin diagram strike, tens of thousands of black lights circulating around it. The divine body is so powerful. He didn't even use a weapon and yet he could resist 3 great enemies. The spectators all felt a chill in their hearts. These 3 are the top experts of the younger generation. Where did they come from? Some people were puzzled. Yi Fan stood there, his expression calm. He confronted the 3 of them. If they continued to fight, he would capture and kill them. There were clouds of doubt in his heart. These 3 people had appeared and disrupted his conjectures. Were they sent by the other side to probe him? But how could these young experts that could compete with him listen to orders? They were nameless people. Just what kind of background did they have? They could definitely stand side by side with Holy Child-level characters. Whether it was in the Central Province or the Eastern Wastelands, there were very few people like this in the younger generation. They had the replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar, including the perfect lid. Although Holy Lord-level characters could reproduce and duplicate it, it was still very difficult. This was a bit unusual. His heart trembled. Could it be that the other party had obtained the vicious person's inheritance? It was possible. Yi Fan lightly shouted. Under the night sky, his golden body flickered. He pressed down on the void with one hand and used the green lotus to protect his body. He struck out the yin diagram and the yang diagram, wanting to capture the 3. Swish, swish. The majestic man with the ancient halberd and the demonic deity-like purple-haired man both retreated. Only the woman waved the heaven-swallowing demon jar and attacked him. The ghost face cried and laughed at the same time. His two eyes were filled with black light, making Yi Fan feel a chill invading his body. He fiercely shook his body, and his blood energy rushed into the sky, dissolving it. Your skills stop here. Hand over your life. Yi Fan rushed forward. Brother Yi, your body, hee. The woman laughed softly. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the other party here to probe his injuries? Thinking back to everything that had happened just now, there were clues to follow. What kind of person was so terrifying as to suspect him? He felt that he didn't have any flaws and was always on guard. His performance was perfect, and he even imitated the great Dao Crack's aura, inadvertently circulating a strand. You don't have to worry about me. I won't die so easily. Yi Fan raised his hand to attack, wanting to capture and kill the other party. Swoosh. However, the three figures suddenly became faint. They stepped into the void and were about to cross over. Yi Fan's expression changed. He raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. At the same time, his eyes shot out divine radiance, using his heavenly divine perception to see through their real situation. This is a divine technique that carves Dao patterns on the body. It can cross the void and leave no trace for 100 li. It's difficult to track down. It has disappeared for many years, and I didn't expect it to reappear in the world. An elder sighed. No matter how scheming you are, you still don't know that I have cultivated the divine eye. Yi Fan said to himself. He found it hard to calm down. This opponent was difficult to deal with, a terrifying enemy. Those three were actually not their true bodies. They were three deities from the Dao Palace. They came from the same source and were inseparable. However, after thinking about it carefully, he frowned. This person was extremely cunning and cautious. The three deities did not leave behind any special imprints, so there was no way to make a judgment. What a powerful person. The three deities he gave birth to can all compete with the saint child. Moreover, the deities he gave birth to can turn into men and women, no different from flesh and blood. Without the divine eye, it is impossible to see through him. Trying to find such a person was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Yi Fan pondered and thought back to all kinds of past events. He couldn't start from the life imprint, so he could only search for clues from the details. He really wanted to find this person, or else he would feel uneasy. Similar. There is a slight resemblance. He stood there for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. When the majestic man brandished the ancient halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth, that insufferably arrogant charm was a bit similar to the scene he had seen before. This was thanks to his powerful divine will, which firmly imprinted the scene of the past. When he was in the northern region, not long after he came out of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, there were two frightening existences with long hair all over their bodies, suspected to be archaic creatures. They held great swords in their hands and hacked apart the heaven and earth. At that time, everyone speculated that they weren't archaic creatures, but rather old Saber Honcho. From the suspicious points that followed, it could be seen that old Saber Honcho had left, and all signs pointed to him. However, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the Alcade Saint Child, even though the possibility of that resemblance was less than 1 in 10,000. That day, those two creatures were elders of the Alcade Saint Child. They went on a killing spree, killing one person every 10 steps. When he thought of how the Alcade Saint Child was like a deity walking the mortal world, untainted by dust and eternally shrouded in a divine halo, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even though there's only a sliver of possibility, I still have to be on guard. Yi Fan's heart pounded. He placed all of his thoughts on the Alcade Saint Child and muttered to himself, did he obtain the inheritance of Ruthless? He also entered Ruthless training ground and was heavily injured and almost died. Does he want to be in the same darkness? Yi Fan frowned. Before this, he had never suspected the Alcade Saint Child, but now he had to be on guard. This person had inexplicably been implicated. But the other person is more likely. Yi Fan thought of Hua Yunfei. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Hua Yunfei and an old man in the fire domain, he would never have thought that Hua Yunfei wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. He would never forget those words. At that time, Hua Yunfei said to himself that the divine body contained a strange power. If he knew about it, he would obtain its origin. Yi Fan was not involved. Only when he heard it with his own ears could he see through the fog. Who in the world would think that the ethereal Hua Yunfei might be the inheritor of Ruthless? Hua Yunfei was as outstanding as a banished immortal. He was elegant and noble, and he was very low-key. He never caused any waves. It was as though he was wearing a layer of holy clothes. There was not a single flaw. The world would never doubt him. Regardless of whether he obtained ruthless inheritance or not, he definitely wants to harm me. He wants to obtain Jizu's origin, and that includes me. When Old Man Li Ruoyu fought with the half-step almighty cultivators, he was astonished. Old Man Li Ruoyu's aura was somewhat familiar. Old Man Li Ruoyu often hid in the humble peak and was adjacent to the star peak. This made Yi Fan even more certain. What's going on with the Alcade Saint child? It's very confusing. There's a slight possibility that it's him. However, the other party's main goal tonight was to investigate the injuries of the divine body. His thoughts were very heavy. Regardless of whether Xiao Chen was involved or not, he had to be on guard. I firmly believe that Hua Yunfei wants to kill me. Yi Fan revealed a murderous intent. Just what he saw in the fire domain was enough to foretell that it would be difficult for him to coexist with Hua Yunfei. The next day, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman entered the Yendu together. Yi Fan went up to them and directly attacked. He did not expect the other party to have meticulous plans. Otherwise, given the other party's scheming, he would definitely have a plan after entering the Yendu. He would most likely have a powerful backup plan to get rid of Xiao Chen. Rather than giving Hua Yunfei a chance, Yi Fan decided to make the first move. Furthermore, this was a trap he had set up for Hua Yunfei in the first place. The earlier he dealt with it, the better he could be at ease. Brother Yi, why are you doing this? Hua Yunfei was enveloped by a majestic golden blood qi. His expression changed drastically. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaoman also cried out in shock at the side. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was only here to kill and did not want to be distracted. Only by using the might of the lightning to obliterate this person would he be at ease. An immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, and other phenomena appeared at the same time, enveloping Hua Yunfei. As long as he was trapped within, everything would be easy. The 9 heavens appeared, and an immortal king sat high above. The yin and yang diagram sealed the sky. This area was like a celestial land. The golden light around Yi Fan soared into the heavens, and he was as powerful as a holy spirit. Boom! Hua Yunfei naturally could not just sit and wait for death. A star rushed out from between his eyebrows, and endless immortal light flowed down, enveloping him. Why is the holy body fighting against the supreme mystery sex Hua Yunfei? All the cultivators were shocked, and they could not understand. Heavens, that is the Star Peak treasure. Legend has it that it was refined from a star. Some of the older generation were shocked. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Senior brother Hua gave you the 9 orifices exquisite pellet to save your life. Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaoman's expression changed. Yi Fan laughed in disdain. He did not care at all. He took a big step forward, and the might of lightning was still there. He wanted to kill Hua Yunfei. He was like an ancient god walking over, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 444. Yi Fan had made up his mind to kill Hua Yunfei. He did not waste any words. The golden hand covered the sky, causing the space to collapse and the world to tremble. The might of the undying holy body was completely unleashed. The immortal king descending from the 9 heavens merged with him. The 9 heavens were vast and lofty. Clouds flowed and appeared under his feet, making him look like a god. With every step he took, the world would tremble. There was a terrifying and mysterious rhythm that made many people's hearts almost jump out of their chests. He was like a holy spirit forged from divine gold. His entire body shone with boundless light and golden blood qi rushed into the sky. The golden hand slapped forward, covering the sky and the earth. Hua Yunfei usually did not reveal himself, but his strength was extremely great. He was like an immortal that could ride on the waves, surpassing the limits of his speed. At this moment, he became the embodiment of the Tao. He slashed through the air and turned into a ray of blue light. Tao patterns flowed around his body as he avoided the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens and brushed past the golden hand. Boom! Yi Fan laughed coldly. The primal chaos lotus avatar pressed down. Threads of mist split the sky and the earth. The lotus, which contained the will of the 3 living things, shook violently as if it wanted to split the sky and earth. Clang! At the crucial moment, a star appeared on Hua Yunfei's forehead and blocked the green lotus. He was like a moving light, like a moving shadow. His body merged with the sky and disappeared into the distance in an instant. You want to leave? Impossible. Yi Fan shouted coldly. The yin-yang diagram shot out like an erupting volcano. It rumbled and cut off the path forward, cutting through the sky and earth. Boom! The powerful yin-yang avatar sealed the sky and earth, trying to suppress Hua Yunfei inside. The yang diagram and yin diagram merged together and pressed down at the same time. Ding! With a soft sound, the star flew out again and hit the yin-yang diagram. It blocked the heaven-sealing power and Hua Yunfei flew back decisively. Everything happened too quickly. The bystanders were dazzled and could not understand what was happening. They could not keep up with their speed. The two of them moved like two rays of light. Boom! The phenomenon of lovely land appeared. This was a small world, and Yi Fan stood alone in it. His hair danced in the air, and like a demon, he suppressed Hua Yunfei beneath him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a merciless smile. The golden hand that had turned into a heavenly steel slammed down. The space cracked, and a huge black crack extended into the distance. Hua Yunfei's star was extremely dazzling. It burned like a sun, illuminating the entire Yendu. No one could open their eyes. He fought fiercely against the lovely land phenomenon. Otherwise, once he fell into the sacred body phenomenon, he would definitely die. This was what many people believed, and there were countless legends about it. Clang! The phenomenon was blocked, but Yi Fan's giant hand came crashing down. Hua Yunfei had nowhere to hide. Divine light covered his body and Tao diagrams appeared. He could only forcefully resist. Boom! Yi Fan kept slapping out with his golden palm. The power behind the palm was terrifying, causing many of the distant spectators to feel horrified. This level of power could even flatten a cultivator from the dragon transformation pocket stage. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Yi Fan's 9 palms came crashing down. Hua Yunfei coughed out 9 mouthfuls of blood. His face was incomparably pale, and his body was about to split open. He had suffered heavy injuries. But Yi Fan was shocked. This opponent was too terrifying. Even if it was an elder from the dragon transformation pocket stage, he would undoubtedly die if he was forced to such a close distance. But Hua Yunfei used his body to receive the attacks. His body did not collapse, and he continued to pull away from Yi Fan. He began to mobilize his monstrous magic power. Boom! That star flickered, as if a huge monster was awakening. It was like an ancient king had awakened, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Heavens, the supreme treasure of the profound star peak has been unsealed. The spectators cried out in alarm. This treasure is incomparably terrifying. It was refined from a real star, and it is enough to suppress a world-shaking powerhouse. Many people's expressions changed. Hua Yunfei quickly retreated. His face was snow-white, and he coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. His monstrous magic power surged out like an ocean, drowning towards Yi Fan. Especially that star, it blocked the lovely land. It blossomed with millions of rays of starlight, cutting off the heavens. It blocked Yi Fan outside, and he was unable to get close. The body of a divine physique is too terrifying. No matter how strong an opponent is, they can only hold a grudge when they get close to him. Hua Yunfei's ability to withstand it is truly shocking. Although this Hua Yunfei has a certain amount of fame, I have never heard of his shocking battle achievements. Yet, he was able to block the body of a divine physique. It is truly terrifying. Many people cried out in alarm. They did not dare to believe everything that was happening. Although Hua Yunfei coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were not light, people did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. This was because the body of a divine physique was unparalleled in the world. To be able to survive a close combat situation with him was already a miracle. Yi Fan sighed softly. Hua Yunfei's strength had exceeded his expectations. In a close combat situation, he did not die, and he still coughed up blood as he escaped. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have no enmity between us in the past. Why do you want to take my life? Hua Yunfei's blue robe was stained with blood. However, he was still as ethereal as before. Even in this kind of situation, he was still very calm. Yi Fan, why are you doing this? Senior brother Hua heard that you are about to enter the ancient desolate forbidden grounds and traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Swallow capital. Everything was to send you off, but you actually want to kill him. Li Xiaoman stood in the distance and questioned. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan glanced at Li Xiaoman. After that, he pressed forward step by step. The heaven and earth trembled rhythmically because of his footsteps. The powerful aura caused people to tremble. You! Li Xiaoman found it hard to remain calm. In the Swallow capital, many cultivators rushed over. The battle between the divine body and Hua Yunfei attracted a lot of attention. Recently, Yi Fan was always in the limelight. Nobody knew why the two of them were fighting, but they were all looking forward to it. They hoped to see a fierce battle. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight me? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. He took off his blue robe that was stained with blood and tossed it out. Didn't you come to the Swallow capital to kill me? Why do you have to be so pretentious? However, you don't have time to plan. Yi Fan was very calm. Brother Yi, why do you say that? Why do I want to kill you? Hua Yunfei looked surprised and didn't understand. Do you think it's flawless? I already know everything. Yi Fan laughed coldly, creating pressure in Hua Yunfei's heart. I don't understand what you are talking about. However, I know that Brother Yi has made up his mind to fight me. Although I am not talented, I am not afraid of anyone. Hua Yunfei's calmness had a trace of toughness. Don't speak like you are innocent. You are not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. Yi Fan smiled. Bas. He attacked again. His golden fist pierced through the sky towards Hua Yunfei. This was a battle of life and death. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing killing intent. Ding! The strings of the zither were plucked. Hua Yunfei also attacked. His heroic spirit was overwhelming. The calmness from before was gone. He sat cross-legged in the air and played the zither. If that is the case, Brother Yi, I will fight with you. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of the zither was like the sound of nature. However, it contained a terrifying killing intent. Beams of light shot out from the zither towards Yi Fan's golden fist. Dang! This was a sharpness that was even sharper than sword qi. It could kill a cultivator of the Four Extremities realm. Many of the spectators' expressions changed. Hua Yunfei is actually so strong. Just the sound of the zither can kill people invisibly. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine body is strong, normal people would have been turned into sieves by the sound of the zither. Boom! The essence qi in Yi Fan's body boiled. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold. He emitted a divine light and even his hair was dyed golden. He merged with the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens and rushed forward. The sound of the zither was like a blade. Although it had tens of thousands of layers, under his golden blood qi, it was all turned into nothingness. It couldn't hurt him at all. Brother Yi, you have surprised me. You have only entered the Four Extremities secret realm not long ago, but you are already able to dominate your peers. Hua Yunfei's voice was gentle. His fingers were agile. When he plucked the strings, the rhythm suddenly changed. The melody was completely different. The cry of the phoenix shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the sound of the zither disappeared. Only the cry of the phoenix remained. It resounded throughout the Yen capital and pierced through the sky. One could clearly see 9 divine phoenixes rushing out from the zither. They spread their wings and soared. Although they were incomparably graceful, they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if real celestial spirits had descended into the mortal world. This is an ancient song that has been lost. It is known as the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix. It can be said to be a divine sound. It directly kills the source of life and destroys all life. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It really is the song of the 9 tribulations of the phoenix. Heavens, it has actually reappeared in the mortal world. It has disappeared for at least tens of thousands of years. It has merged with the Tao and its power is boundless. It can destroy all enemies. Many people cried out in surprise and revealed expressions of shock. The ripples from the 9 divine phoenixes made people tremble uncontrollably. They possessed extremely powerful might and gave people a feeling that they couldn't resist. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The magic power of the 9 divine phoenixes surged into the sky. They turned into beams of light and rushed over, aiming for the source of life in his saint body. At this moment, his golden sea of bitterness was boiling. The 9 divine phoenixes actually wanted to enter his body. Their cries shook the 9 heavens and destroyed all life. Dang, dang. Yifan used his physical body to resist. Innate patterns flickered on his golden palms as he fought against the 9 divine phoenixes. His murderous intent reached the clouds. Boom! The phenomenon of lovely land rushed out. Yifan didn't want to waste time and directly imprisoned the 9 divine phoenixes. Then, he punched them one by one, turning them into dust. This caused everyone to be shocked. This was the legendary song of the 9 tribulations of the phoenix. Its divine might was unfathomable, but it was actually destroyed by his punches. Hua Yunfei sighed softly like a sorrowful god. Then, he continuously plucked the strings of the zither 9 times. It possessed a mysterious power and the world was torn apart like a piece of paper. The 9 tribulations of the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix had truly appeared. These were the gates of 9 small worlds. They opened in the sky and a world-destroying aura surged down. Divine melody, a divine melody that manifests the heavenly tribulations. The 9 tribulations transformed into 9 phoenixes. They connected the 9 small worlds and descended to suppress Yifan. This was a peerless killing intent. How many people in this world could resist 9 tribulations? Everyone's expression changed. Of course, Yifan was an exception. Recently, he had been struck by lightning many times. In this world, perhaps only his physique was least afraid of the heavenly tribulations. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. Hua Yunfei is too terrifying. This kid is very low profile. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He is probably not weaker than people with the godly king physique. Boom! Yifan went against the 9 tribulations and left golden footprints in the sky. He quickly arrived in front of Hua Yunfei. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Then, his hands slowly moved in the air. The trajectory was mysterious and unfathomable. The 9 gates of the small worlds shook violently as if 9 gods were about to rush out. Monstrous waves of energy covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! Suddenly, a golden ocean surged out from Yifan's body and drowned Hua Yunfei. Yifan had never used this kind of phenomenon before. He had always kept it as a backup plan. A green lotus floated in the golden ocean. Primal chaos mist surged and surged. It locked the 9 gates of the small worlds in place and pressed towards Hua Yunfei. Boom! Yifan rushed forward and all the phenomena appeared at the same time. They combined into one and suppressed Hua Yunfei within. Yifan, you can't kill the innocent. Li Xiaoman shouted. Chapter 445. Yifan's various phenomena fused into one. The blue lotus, the immortal king, the yin-yang diagram, the beautiful mountains and rivers, and the golden sea of bitterness linked together. It was as if he was evolving the heaven and earth, transforming into a pure land. When the heaven and earth began, all living things were born. There was a vigorous life force as well as a destructive force. Yifan stood alone in the center like a god that split the heavens and earth apart, becoming the absolute ruler. Hua Yunfei's expression finally changed. Being suppressed by the divine physique phenomenon meant that there was only a slim chance of survival. The legends had always been like this. Not many people could break out. Clang, clang, clang. He forcefully plucked the zither strings. The 9 small world gates in the sky became even more terrifying. They continuously pressed downwards, wanting to break out of the imprisonment. Boom! The small world gates collapsed. A vast and destructive aura rushed towards Yifan's phenomenon, wanting to destroy everything. Hua Yunfei's methods were sharp. He was destroying space. He would rather both sides be injured and break the great Tao he had branded in the void to kill his way out. Boom, boom. The 9 minor world gates shattered one after the other. All the spectators were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. Hua Yunfei was too ruthless. He destroyed space and shattered the Tao diagrams that he had left behind. This was a move that would destroy the enemy with him. Everyone's hair stood on end as they fled for their lives. They wanted nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and leave this area. If they were caught up in this, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The void was collapsing and formless destruction was happening. Such a terrifying method would even make a Saint Lord frown. It was not something that just anyone could use. At this moment, Even Li Xiaoman had no choice but to fly into the distance. If she was one step late, she would definitely be turned to dust. Boom! It was as if 10,000 thunderclaps were ringing. The 9 small world gates collapsed and the power of the space they had absorbed completely erupted and surged downwards. This Hua Yunfei is really calm and emotionless. He dares to break the divine physique phenomenon like this. He will definitely be greatly injured. His actions are decisive. This child is truly terrifying. He destroyed his own Tao diagram and turned it into such a calamity. It is truly amazing that he has such methods. The tune of the 9 Tribulations Phoenix was a supreme divine technique that was renowned throughout the ages. It could produce heavenly tribulations and fight against cultivators. It was inherently invincible, and not many people could contend against it. Only someone with a constitution like Yifan's could endure it, not fearing the lightning tribulation. However, right now he frowned greatly. The 9 tribulations were detonated, the power of nothingness surging, sweeping downwards. Even he couldn't face it head-on. Boom! The boundless void energy surged. Yifan gritted his teeth and attacked while he was in his mysterious phenomenon. He was fighting for time and speed, wanting to kill Hua Yunfei first. Whoosh! A formless killing intent surged over like water. Yifan was like a blazing golden god of war. As he waved his mysterious phenomenon, Hua Yunfei's body cracked. Yifan, how can you be so heartless? Senior Martial Brother Hua. Li Xiaoman screamed. What a terrifying scene. The divine body's power is truly terrifying. All of the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The battle prowess that Hua Yunfei displayed was so strong that he could definitely look down on the younger generation. However, right now, he was being suppressed to the point where he was about to shatter. Hua Yunfei could kill cultivators in the 4 extremities realm as easily as cutting grass. Killing cultivators in the dragon transformation realm was also not a problem. However, right now, when everyone saw this result, their expressions all changed. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Bang! Hua Yunfei's body split into pieces and shot out in all directions, leaving behind a large amount of blood mist. This caused a series of exclamations. Such a strong talent died just like that? Yifan used his mysterious phenomenon to cross over, avoiding the surging void energy from the sky. This was a world-destroying aura, causing him to be extremely fearful. Boom! The void collapsed and was completely destroyed. Fortunately, it was in the sky. Otherwise, this region would definitely be flattened. It was unknown how many people would die a violent death. Senior Martial Brother Hua. Li Xiaoman cried out in alarm. The others also sighed. An incomparably strong talent who could display the 9 Tribulations Phoenix melody with boundless prospects was killed just like that. What? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. He didn't die. Rising from the ashes, Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. Many people were shocked. In the distance, Hua Yunfei's body that was split into pieces turned into a few beams of light and rushed together. He had revived and was completely unharmed. Many people were dumbfounded. They clearly saw him being killed, but now he was revived and his body was reconstructed. There wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. This kid has a great fortune. He actually obtained such a long-lost supreme divine technique. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique is known as an undying mystical technique. It is profound and unfathomable. Grasping it is equivalent to having an extra life. The 9 Tribulations Phoenix Melody and Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique are of the same origin. When combined, they are known as Phoenix Calamity. It is a supreme heavenly technique. As expected, he has an extraordinary fate to actually obtain such an inheritance. Everyone gasped in admiration. There wasn't a single person who wasn't envious. These 2 ancient mystical techniques had been lost for God knows how long. Today they were actually obtained by a single person. You're really hard to kill. Yifan pressed forward. He naturally wouldn't stop. He was determined to take Hua Yunfei's life. Brother Ye's strength is daunting. Hua Yunfei sighed softly. However, he was very calm. He wasn't angry or dejected. Although Yifan was very powerful, he didn't dare to be careless. This person was extremely powerful. He definitely had an incomparably powerful trump card. He was a great enemy of life and death. Why do I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't any weaker than the Divine King physique? He's in existence like the Alcade Saint Child. Someone said in a low voice. Indeed. The Nine Tribulations Phoenix Melody's offensive power is world-shaking. In the same generation, apart from the Saint physique, almost no one can withstand it. This kid is unfathomable. Everyone was pondering. Only Yi Fan understood that Hua Yunfei was indeed such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Swoosh. A group of stars appeared and surrounded Hua Yunfei. The night was like water. The starlight was endless. Hua Yunfei stood in the starry sky, elegant and otherworldly. This wasn't a strange phenomenon. It was the mystical technique of the supreme mystery star peak. It was the mystical technique he was most proficient in. At this moment, he was like a star monarch descending to the mortal world. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Yunfei's body was covered in starlight. His powerful qi made people tremble. His entire being was incomparably holy and frightening. Dragon Transformation. He's actually a cultivator of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. My God, so young and already a cultivator of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. This is unbelievable. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Nobody expected Hua Yunfei to reach such a realm and have such terrifying cultivation. I've long heard that someone from the younger generation has entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm. However, it has never been proven. Who would have thought that the first one to be discovered would be Hua Yunfei? He had always kept a low profile and kept a low profile. Now that he had displayed such strength, it was naturally shocking. Yi Fan's heart jumped. His opponent was indeed frightening. He had long entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm. This would be an extremely difficult battle. The difference of one realm was like the difference of heaven. The difference in strength was huge. It was almost impossible for a lower-level cultivator to defeat a higher-level cultivator. Yi Fan was only able to go against the flow and kill immortals because of his special physique. Now, he was in the second realm of the Four Extremes secret realm. However, he could kill cultivators of the Four Extremes complete realm. He could even kill cultivators of the Dragon Transformation secret realm without a problem. However, Hua Yunfei was different. He was a top cultivator of the younger generation. People like him and Yao Guang could already kill cultivators of the Dragon Transformation secret realm when they were in the Four Extremes secret realm. Now that he had entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm, one could imagine how powerful he had become. Brother Ye's strength is shocking. You have forced me to fight you with the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation realm. Hua Yunfei shook his head. His voice was ethereal, like a god sighing. This is not all you have up your sleeves. Show me your strongest demonic skill. Yi Fan said coldly. I only know the secret of the Star Peak. I have only recently acquired the supreme divine skill, Tribulation of Phoenix. Hua Yunfei was incomparably calm and unmoved. Bum. Yi Fan made his move. At this point, it was useless to say anything else. The only way to force out ruthless Great Emperor's secret was to defeat his opponent with his true strength. He displayed the Void Palm imprint. The golden palm covered the sky like a golden cloud and smashed down with unparalleled divine might. Everyone was shocked. How many people could contend against this kind of wild power? In the crowd, Jianghu's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light as he stared at the golden palm. This was his clan's divine skill. Bum. Hua Yunfei was not afraid at all. He used his overflowing magical power to resist. Stars appeared in the sky and shot out one after another from his fingertips towards Yi Fan. Starlight flowed out from his fingertips like water. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if a galaxy was under his control and was surging and roaring in front of him. The place he was standing at was no different from a real star domain. There was starlight everywhere and divine power everywhere. It was brilliant in the night. Bum. The 9 stars aligned was like a ray of life, but it was also a butcher's knife of destruction. It struck towards Yi Fan and was filled with a bitter aura. The two of them fought with true fire. Even the elegant Hua Yunfei had an imposing aura. A sharp aura appeared as he fought with all his might. This was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in the destruction of his body and soul. Yi Fan used all kinds of images to suppress the sky. He continuously pressed forward and took the initiative to attack. His power was unstoppable. Bum. The void collapsed. The battle prowess of the two was too terrifying. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. There was nothing that could stop them. They fought from the sky to the clouds, and then from the clouds to the ground. They were like dragons and rocks. They were incomparably valiant and terrifying. This was a bitter battle. Both of them were peak characters of the younger generation. It was incomparably intense, causing the spectators to feel uneasy. Kill in all directions. Hua Yunfei lightly shouted. He took the initiative to attack. He was like a celestial being that had come into being. He was flawless and sparkling. However, when his hands moved, a terrifying pressure caused people's hearts to tremble. The trajectory of his slender fingers was complex and profound. Bum! The boundless star domain enveloped the sky and earth. One after another, huge stars lined up and formed a huge cross. The two rows of stars intersected and crushed towards Yi Fan. The void was like a broken painting. It was easily torn apart. Kill in all directions carried the power of the boundless star domain and destroyed everything in its path. Bow! Bow! The void continuously collapsed. The cross intersected and the resplendent starlight contained an unstoppable and terrifying star power. To people of the same generation, this was a supreme killing technique. At this moment, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation felt a chill down their spines. Hua Yunfei's battle prowess was too terrifying. Bum! Yi Fan faced the battle calmly and did not panic at all. His hands also moved in the void, leaving behind mysterious and unfathomable trajectories. Bum! He pressed his hands together and an ancient pagoda materialized in the void. It flew forward and faced the kill in all directions, wanting to shatter the countless stars. This ancient pagoda materialized into the world. It was his understanding of the Tao and condensed into a tangible form. It suppressed the surroundings. Bum! The star domain dimmed and the kill in all directions was weakened. It was not as terrifying as before. Bum! Yi Fan's hands continued to move and a huge bell appeared. This was also his understanding of the Tao. It was imprinted into a tangible form. With a loud dang sound, time froze. The kill in all directions was blocked and then it started to collapse. The cross-shaped star completely dimmed and was finally extinguished. Yi Fan's hands moved and the ancient pagoda and the bell collided. Space and time trembled and with a loud rumble, they combined into one and turned into a simple and unadorned cauldron. A cauldron, 2 ears, 3 legs. It was in accordance with the saying, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. This was the tangible manifestation of the Tao. The space was suppressed and time was frozen. Yi Fan used the cauldron that he imprinted in the void to attack Hua Yunfei. Bum! The cauldron represented the will of the heaven and earth. It was like the descent of the great Tao. Hua Yunfei used the Phoenix Calamity and the Star Divine technique to resist. Blood finally flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Who was Hua Yunfei? With his current performance, no one would doubt his combat ability. He could definitely go against nature and kill a celestial. An outstanding talent like him could kill a dragon transformation realm cultivator in the 4 extreme secret realm. Now that he had stepped into the dragon transformation realm, he was even more terrifying. But now, he was actually injured. The might of the divine physique was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that when he killed Ji Hui, the few dragon transformation realm cultivators from the Ji clan allowed him to leave and did not stop him. Everyone's heart jumped. One should know that Yi Fan had only stepped into the 2nd level of the 4 extreme secret realm. There was a huge gap between him and his opponent. However, at this moment, there was no joy in Yi Fan's heart. He knew that this was the scariest opponent he had ever met since he started cultivating. This was because the other party was enduring patiently and had a terrifying backup plan. Hua Yunfei was definitely an unparalleled enemy. It was very possible that he had obtained the inheritance of Ruthless and had not used it yet. Once that kind of supreme demonic technique was used, it would most likely be world-shaking. It was the most terrifying absolute technique in history. It was hard to predict how terrifying it would be. Although Yi Fan also had a backup plan that he had not used, he still felt that this was a life-or-death enemy. The most disadvantageous reason was that he was a few levels lower than the other party. He was still far from the dragon transformation realm. If you don't use your demonic technique now, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Fan's thoughts turned quickly. Both of his hands carved in the air. He started to use his own understanding of the Tao to imprint the words. Unknowingly, he carved out 9 ancient characters. It was very natural, as though he was involuntarily doing it. Very quickly he finished. They were the 9 Kingis recorded in the Tao scripture. They pressed towards Hua Yunfei. The 9 ancient characters were incomparably mysterious. It was as though they ran through the past, present, and future. You! Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He seemed to know that these were characters that only the great ancient emperors could understand. He used all his strength to resist. Boom! The 9 ancient characters revolved around him. The entire area was on the verge of collapsing. The 9 characters imprinted in the air formed a small world cage. It wanted to seal him forever. Chapter 446. The 9 ancient characters sealed the sky, absorbing the endless power of the void to form a small world cage. An immortal aura pervaded the air. Boom! The void collapsed, and black cracks appeared one after another. Then they quickly reformed. The 9 ancient characters imprinted themselves in the void, forming the heaven and earth. A sturdy and eternal small world was born. Hua Yunfei's expression changed drastically. He attacked with all his might, wanting to break this small world and escape. His aura continued to rise, and he was bathed in divine splendor like a god being reborn. He started to draw upon the great Tao, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to resist. Beside him, the starry sea was incomparably brilliant. Large stars kept colliding. This was a sea of stars. Boom! Countless large stars collided. This was a shocking scene. The sea of stars boiled, and boundless starlight shone, wanting to destroy this newly born small world. Dong! The small world cage trembled and became clearer. With the support of the 9 ancient characters, it began to slowly compress, wanting to seal Hua Yunfei in the center for eternity. He must have seen the innate imperial text before, and he must have a peerless ancient scripture in his hands. Yi Fan observed his expression and immediately made this judgment. Starlight heaven and earth! Hua Yunfei shouted. The sea of stars around him became even more resplendent, like a vast ocean, incomparably gorgeous and divine. A powerful aura and destructive power rushed out immediately, wanting to open a path to escape and break out of the small world cage. Boom! The stars turned into rivers, and thousands of great rivers surged with power. Countless large stars gathered together, causing people to tremble and destroying everything in their way. Pang pang! The small world cage shook, but there were no signs of it collapsing. The 9 ancient characters were rooted in the void, representing immortality and eternity. They could not be broken at all. This is a miraculous technique, creating a void cage. It is so sturdy, but how can it have such terrifying power? Hua Yunfei's talent is shocking. How many people in the same generation can contend against this kind of starry power? But they cannot break out of this small world. Many cultivators were discussing, and their hearts were filled with doubt. They could not guess the reason for this. Everyone was extremely amazed by Hua Yunfei's performance. He was a genius. Such a young Dragon Realm expert, yet he had such shocking battle prowess. He could be called a hero. As for the crowd, they were even more shocked by Yi Fan's methods. This kind of battle prowess was terrifying. He was able to suppress the genius Hua Yunfei, causing them to feel fear in their hearts. Once the small world cage appeared, everyone was horrified. Almost no one knew the origins of the 9 words. The unknown always made people fearful. Among the crowd, Yao Guang Saint looked calm and peaceful. There was a layer of holy light flowing around his body. His eyes were very deep as he calmly looked at the 9 ancient characters. No one knew what he was thinking. Boom! Hua Yunfei's body was blazing with light, as though he was burning. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, he had transformed into a star, incomparably bright. He turned his body into a star, becoming the ruler of the endless stellar domain. All of the stars seemed to have revived, resonating with the great heaven and earth, drawing upon the great Tao. Buzz! The void trembled. Everyone was shocked to discover that there was a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Countless large stars were burning, wanting to burn down the small world cage. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, causing the void to collapse. Large cracks extended into the distance. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be sucked into the cracks. Hua Yunfei's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. Many of the older generation experts of the Dragon Realm felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! Although the void outside the small world cage was shattered, it did not show any signs of collapsing. The 9 ancient characters did not move at all. They were incomparably stable, stabilizing everything. Moreover, the cage began to shrink, continuously compressing towards the center. It looked like Hua Yunfei was about to be sealed, and he was powerless. Everyone could only sigh. In this kind of great era, various kings and geniuses rose together. It was already destined that tragedies would happen one after another. The rise of a king would definitely be followed by the fall of another king. However, the divine physique was about to leave this world. Yet, in the few remaining days of his life, he suppressed an unparalleled genius to death. This made everyone feel that if Hua Yunfei were to die like this, it would be an incomparably great pity. Everyone could only shake their heads. In the future, there would definitely be great battles that would be even crueler. This was because the glorious era of the various kings had only just begun. Wang! Just when everyone thought that Hua Yunfei was about to suffer a calamity and be suppressed, the situation changed. Hua Yunfei withdrew the endless starlight and sat cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. He was enveloped by immortal light, and his body became hazy. His hands moved in an incomparably ethereal manner, and it was impossible to imitate. Complicated and profound Tao marks appeared. He continuously formed hand seals, drawing out mysterious trajectories. He became one with heaven and earth, becoming the embodiment of the Tao. He looked incomparably lofty, causing people to revere him. Boom! The first ancient character appeared. It was as sharp as a blade, and contained an exceptional killing intent. Boom! The second ancient character appeared. It was like a raging ocean, and its tyrannical aura pierced through the clouds. Boom! The third ancient character appeared. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. The majestic force of the world transformation surged violently, causing people to feel suffocated. The great world was trembling, and the void was collapsing. 9 ancient characters appeared one after another, engraving themselves in the void. They were mysterious and profound, causing people to feel fear. Yi Fan's heart jumped. These were characters that only ancient emperors could recognize. They possessed boundless might, and it would be difficult for anyone in this world to comprehend them now. Hua Yunfei had a great opportunity, actually obtaining this kind of inheritance. It was truly unknown what other trump cards he had. Even Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. All signs pointed to the fact that Hua Yunfei had a great encounter. His heavenly fate was great, and it was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Shua! Hua Yunfei opened his eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. His hands fiercely pressed down, and the 9 ancient characters rushed out, beginning to destroy this small world. The mysterious ancient characters clashed. The 9 ancient characters that Hua Yunfei inscribed were different from the ones that Yi Fan grasped, but they were on the same level. The 18 ancient characters were all strange and unfathomable. They absorbed the power of the void, evolving into a small world, and then destroying the small world. In the distance, the crowd was all shocked. What kind of battle was this? Both of them had endless methods, and the battle was far from over. Who was weaker and who was stronger, who would live and who would die, was still hard to say. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled, as if the world was being created, and also as if the world was being destroyed. The two clashed, and everything became hazy. The aura of life and death drowned out the small world. In the end, the crowd could no longer see anything. They could only see large cracks extending out, and the void was being torn apart. The great battle raged on, and after an unknown amount of time, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Hua Yunfei rushed into the sky, finally breaking free from the seal. However, he could not help but cough out 3 large mouthfuls of blood. The 9 ancient characters circled around him, and they quickly dimmed. On the other side, Yi Fan stood there quietly. He was not injured at all, but his expression was grave. This great enemy was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Hua Yunfei had great luck, and obtained an inheritance that others could not imagine. He had endless methods, and if it was someone else, it would be almost impossible to deal with. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Until now, Hua Yunfei's tone was still calm, without any ripples. Show me your demonic arts. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Although I am not famous, I do not think I am weaker than anyone. Hua Yunfei's aura became sharp for the first time, and people could feel his strength. At this moment, night fell, and stars appeared in the sky. The water-like starlight gathered towards him, incomparably beautiful and holy. Child of Night. The inheritors of the mysterious star peak have always had the legend of the Child of Night. Under the starry sky, they are invincible. Many people cried out in surprise, and when they saw this scene, they all revealed strange expressions. Bang! Hua Yunfei took the initiative to attack, and attacked towards Yi Fan. What he used was the power of the stars, and it was formed from the interweaving of the starlight in the sky. It was incomparably vigorous. A large expanse of blazing light was like a tsunami that reached the sky, and it was boundless. It drowned Yi Fan in front of him. The resplendent starlight was boundless, and there was no end to it. The spectators all felt horrified. Under the starry sky, Hua Yunfei was like a ruler. Even his divine body is threatened. No matter how strong a person is, he would not be able to contend against the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan formed seals with both hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared. It suppressed the heaven and earth, and resisted the endless starlight. His steps were firm and he advanced step by step. Whoosh! Beside Hua Yunfei, a starry sky appeared again, and the starlight shone brilliantly. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The small starry sky that he transformed into and the real big starry sky in outer space resonated with each other, as if they were connected together. The boundless starry sky surged down, and it was incomparably majestic. It was as if there were countless silver waterfalls pouring down. Hua Yunfei was like the child of God, and he was surrounded by one spectacular waterfall after another. His radiance was boundless, and every move he made could bring out endless power. Moreover, in between his eyebrows, a star appeared. It was dazzling, and it was like the eye of a god, able to see through everything. Oh my God, the supreme treasure of the mysterious star peak has opened another layer of seal, and it is enough to protect his body. He is innately invincible. Brother Yi, I'll accompany you in a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei rushed forward to attack. He raised his hand and unleashed the 9-star pearl. Then, he held a moon in his left hand and a star in his right as he chopped down. His attacks were extremely powerful, extremely ferocious. He brandished endless stellar radiance, every single strike incomparably vast, making the night sky collapse. Yi Fan faced him head-on, clashing intensely with him. Sounds rang out continuously, stellar radiance erupting, brilliant colors flowing about. Great void cracks continuously extended outwards. This place was boiling with fighting. There was light everywhere, starlight everywhere. A terrifying aura and boundless killing intent interweaved together. It was like the 9 layers of hell. The killing intent was so oppressive that even the distant horizon was affected. The occasional night bird that flew by instantly collapsed, and even the boundless distance couldn't escape. Hua Yunfei became more and more valiant as the battle went on. Battle techniques emerged one after another. He raised his hand to toss out the moon and stars, formed a seal to transform into a god, and formed a seal with a flip of his hand. There were endless profundities, and not a single divine technique repeated. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't shaken, feeling that this was inconceivable. This type of powerful attack was like a stellar stream flowing in reverse, endless and almost impossible to defend against. Buzz! The stars and moon flew over one after the other, followed closely by the descent of the divine mountain. Then, the sky-flipping imprint descended. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He shattered the stars and moon, supported the divine mountain with his strength, and supported the sky-flipping imprint. He received all of these attacks, valiantly resisting them. He knew that Hua Yunfei's killing intent was boundless and had made up his mind to eliminate him no matter what. This might very well be Vicious' unique inheritance. The Black Emperor had once said that Vicious was world-shaking and had created a supreme divine technique called the Art of 10,000 Transformations. This divine technique showed disdain for both ancient and modern times. Its power was peerless and unparalleled. It could transform all the secret techniques under the heavens, turning all world-shocking techniques into ordinary ones. That was why it was called the art of 10,000 transformations. The pressure on Yi Fan became greater and greater. His heart trembled. The other party had finally cast aside the Star Peak Absolute Art and completely displayed the art of 10,000 transformations. As expected, it was a peerless divine technique. All of the secret techniques he displayed had been turned into ordinary ones. That kind of divine technique was truly unfathomable. It countered all divine techniques under the heavens, and he had almost died several times. Hong! Yi Fan displayed the Battle Saint technique. Perhaps only this kind of divine technique could resist the art of 10,000 transformations. Chapter 447. The Saint art of 10,000 transformations could turn all the divine techniques of the world into mortals. It was peerless and terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a person was, if they had a technique but could not use it, they could only die with a grievance. The Saint art of 10,000 transformations was mysterious and unfathomable. Its power was boundless. Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique to fight and escaped from the dangerous situation just now. Otherwise, he would have been in a life-or-death situation. All of his divine techniques were turned into ordinary things and lost their charm. The spectators were all amazed because Hua Yunfei's strange technique was ever-changing. There was no fixed form, but it had a strange power that could turn the opponent's miraculous techniques into something rotten. Before, this technique had suppressed many of Yi Fan's secret techniques. The spectators were puzzled, and only now did the situation change. Pa! Yi Fan formed seals with both hands, emitting a soft sound. Then with a boom, a terrifying aura erupted, intimidating everyone's soul. The Battle Saint technique was also ever-changing, but it was not used to suppress the opponent. Instead, it was the most powerful attack, an attack that could destroy everything in its path. His hands streaked through the air and left behind Dao imprints. A bronze coffin appeared, and 9 dragons appeared at the same time with iron chains on their backs. They pulled the coffin and charged forward. Everyone was startled. This was a secret technique, but why did it even summon a coffin? Was there some kind of premonition? Could it be that it was sending the opponent to the heavens? Yi Fan only had a flash of inspiration and thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He directly used it and activated the Battle Saint technique, producing a powerful killing intent. Boom! Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered with divine light. His hands formed seals, and a divine mountain pressed down with his left hand. His right transformed into a sky-flipping imprint and slammed down. The towering mountain was like the sky, covering the entire sky as it smashed down towards the bronze coffin. The sky-flipping imprint was even more powerful. It was as if the sky was flipping over as it pressed down, crushing the 9 dragons. Yi Fan had a strange feeling. The other party's Saint art of 10,000 transformations was very similar to the Battle Saint technique. They were both complex and profound. However, their profoundness was completely different. One wanted to turn the opponent into a mortal, destroying all miracles. The other was the most powerful attack, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if hundreds and thousands of suns had been imprisoned, hanging in the sky, blazing light swallowing and spitting out. The divine mountain struck the ancient coffin, producing a deafening sound, but it couldn't break it. The sky-flipping seal struck the 9 true dragons, scattering the clouds, but it didn't break them. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin, advancing courageously. Dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. The vigorous dragon bodies soared through the sky, pulling the bronze coffin with rumbling sounds as it surged forward. This was a type of unstoppable might. The 9 true dragons' bodies shone with black light, and their scales were all half a meter long. Their bodies were like great steel walls, crushing the skies and destroying everything in their way. The copper coffin was like a great Tao, sometimes illusory, sometimes vast like an ocean abyss, deep and immeasurable. It was covered densely in innate patterns, and Tao diagrams descended one after another. Bang! Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He did everything he could to resist. A star domain appeared, and he used the 10,000 transformations sacred art to activate it. The boundless sky and endless stars cut off his path forward. He used the transform character art to its peak. If it was a divine technique that was too ferocious and couldn't be dissolved in a short period of time, then he would transform it into his own domain. Hua Yunfei cut off the heavens, as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky. He was incomparably far away, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! However, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were unstoppable. They broke through the heavenly moat and traversed the star domain, arriving in front of him in an instant. The powerful dragon bodies and the huge coffin pressed down together. This was a confrontation of Daos. One had the heaven-severing Dao, while the other used the heaven-transforming Dao to break through the situation. They clashed head-on, and that small world was broken through. Pang! Hua Yunfei's hands formed seals. He had no choice but to face it head-on. He turned millions upon millions of starlight into his own, and tens of thousands of silver waterfalls fell down, attacking the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Moreover, his hands continuously formed seals, activating the 10,000 transformations sacred art to its peak. He controlled the endless star power to destroy the 9 true dragons and the ancient coffin. There was an intense collision and a terrifying confrontation. Hua Yunfei used the power of the star domain and activated the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Originally, it should have been as easy as crushing dry weeds, but now, the situation was far from good. He furrowed his brows. The opponent's divine technique made him feel as if there was nothing he could do. The unstoppable saint technique was actually a bit uncomfortable at this moment. In the end, he transformed into a silver river and poured it down, gathering into a boundless sea of stars. Only then did he finally shatter the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and it disappeared from this world. However, what made Hua Yunfei speechless was that Yi Fan's second attack, third attack, came continuously. It was still the same 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and there were no changes at all. It was as if he was going to eat him up with this move. In the distance, the spectators were all dumbstruck. What kind of technique was this? It was too unconventional. They had never seen someone produce a coffin during a confrontation before. How could he create something like this? This was evolved from the user's comprehension of the Tao. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this child always thought of coffins when he comprehended the Tao? This was truly unique. Outside the arena, only Li Xiaoman understood what was happening. She was in a daze as she thought of her hometown, of the past, of Mount Tai, and of the dragons and coffin that lay across the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Hua Yunfei used everything he had learned to refine the 9 dragons and coffin. He wanted to completely destroy this Dao diagram and beat down Yi Fan until he no longer had the confidence to use it. Yi Fan didn't want the entire world to know that he cultivated the battle saint technique. Thus, he didn't use endless transformations. But, just this move wasn't a solution. He rapidly changed. Wang! The void trembled. He transformed into the heaven-swallowing demon jar. With a clang, the demonic lid flew up. The empty body of the jar was like an abyss as it tried to swallow Hua Yunfei. At the same time, a ghostly face appeared on the demonic lid. It branded itself into the void, suppressing Hua Yunfei. Seeing this, everyone was startled. They felt that Yi Fan was too unconventional. Every move he used was unexpected, but they were all peerlessly powerful. Hua Yunfei's aura flourished even more. He revolved the 10,000 saint transformations art to its peak, and a formless killing intent rushed out. Unknowingly, his expression had become somewhat cold. Yi Fan knew that no matter what, Hua Yunfei was definitely in trouble. Once the 10,000 saint transformations art appeared, it could be said that he had already revealed some clues. As long as he forced him a bit more, his opponent would definitely be unable to hide his demonic art. Bang! The two fiercely fought, constantly attacking each other. Their battle had almost reached a climax. Yi Fan began to ponder how to defeat his enemy. The battle saint technique was ever-changing. He had to display its true might. At this time, Hua Yunfei had already sensed that his opponent definitely had a saint technique that could resist the 10,000 saint transformations art. It was difficult to counter, but he had no fear. He began to unleash his killing blow. Bow! Bow! Under the starry skies, Hua Yunfei stood alone. Immortal flowers bloomed one after another, sparkling and translucent as they danced around him. Pang pang! His hands constantly pressed down. Every petal had the word transform imprinted on it, becoming his flowers of Tao comprehension. They flowed with brilliant light and sparkled brilliantly. Rustle, rustle. The sky was filled with falling petals. 10,000 rays of multicolored light flew towards Yi Fan, wanting to drown him and seal him forever. Suddenly, Yi Fan also became ethereal and was no longer as oppressive as before. He clenched his fist and moved. Innate Tao patterns flickered and were filled with the aura of the great Tao. This was a physique art that he had been secretly pondering ever since he came to this world. However, he had never used it before. Today, he used the Battle Saint technique and used it for the first time. Tai Chi Saint technique. This art naturally contained the will of the great Tao and could conceal the Battle Saint technique. It was most suitable to be used at this moment. Bang! Yi Fan's fist was like a star, his eyes like swords, his waist like a dragon, and his legs like lightning. Amidst the lightness, there was a masculine aura. Yin and Yang coexisted as a golden blood chi soared into the sky. PFFF, PFFF. He smashed an immortal flower with one punch. Even though they were all imprinted with Hua Yunfei's 10,000 Saint Transformations art, they still could not remain intact and shattered one by one. All the spectators were astonished. A divine art like Tai Chi was extremely peculiar and had never been seen before. It naturally contained the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver. Swoosh! Hua Yunfei stood on an immortal flower as his clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended. Of course, he did not want to engage in close combat. Instead, he wanted to unleash a supreme killing saint technique. Endless petals rained down, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity that was plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Every petal had his imprint. Walala! A cool breeze brushed past. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was filled with Hua Yunfei's silhouettes. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies that he had manifested. Everyone was astonished. Even with their powerful spiritual senses, they could not tell which one was the real one. The void was being annihilated as a powerful aura enveloped the heaven and earth. This was an indescribable pressure, as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this really a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm? Many people were shocked and their hearts were palpitating. They quickly retreated. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt waves of pain. When the petals and the millions of silhouettes closed in, he was actually about to explode. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. A peerless great killing technique. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. He thought of the Black Emperor's words. The great Emperor Vicious had created a saint technique called, One Thought to Bloom Flowers, Sovereign Descends Upon the World. Every single one of them could transform into a true body, and it was a peerless killing technique. One thought to bloom flowers, Sovereign descends upon the world, displaying its divine charm. At this moment, it was displayed together with the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was extremely terrifying. This was a type of fatal attack. Hua Yunfei had finally used a forbidden technique. Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom! The heaven and earth exploded, and the void shattered. As his hands moved, a yin-yang fish appeared, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. Then, the yin-yang fish transformed, leaping into a dragon and rising to the extreme. It spat out a Tao scroll that was profound and unfathomable. Boom! The yin fish jumped out and transformed into a dragon. It smashed apart the heaven and earth, turning many petals into fine powder. Dong! The yang fish transformed into a dragon, and with a Tao scroll in its mouth, it attacked Hua Yunfei, who was on the immortal puppet. The dragon's body was of extreme yang, and like a flood breaking through a dam, it was unstoppable. Kacha! The immortal puppet beneath Hua Yunfei's feet cracked. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. This was the first time he revealed an expression of shock. He used a fatal technique, yet he was still injured. In the present age, very few people knew what the meaning of one thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descends upon the world, represented. This was because this peerless sacred technique had already been buried in the dust of history. Otherwise, this place would have already erupted. The divine might of this technique was difficult to defend against. If not for Yi Fan using the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, it would have been difficult for other techniques to contend against it. This time, Hua Yunfei didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly became a bit empty, and after a long roar, the heaven and earth became as dark as ink. Endless clouds and mist wrapped around him and Yi Fan, completely isolating them from the outside world. At this moment, no one could see through it, and they couldn't hear anything either. They had no way of sensing how the great battle was going on inside. You finally used your demonic technique? Within the endless black mist, Yi Fan coldly said. Hua Yunfei didn't reply. His body was like a bottomless pit, and his entire being was like an abyss that swallowed all light. One thought to bloom flowers. Sovereign descends upon the world. 10,000 transformations Saint Art. I am the only one. Hua Yunfei's temperament had completely changed. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were empty. He was incomparably terrifying, and his celestial temperament had completely disappeared. He was like a demonic god. Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged out like an ocean, drowning Yi Fan in an instant. You want to use techniques to suppress me? I'm afraid you've miscalculated. I also have a sacred technique that I haven't used yet. Yi Fan coldly laughed. Now that this place was isolated from the outside world, he no longer had any misgivings. He unleashed both the Battle Saint technique and the all-sacred technique at the same time. After hundreds of revolutions, with a boom, the sky collapsed. A catastrophic collapse occurred in this place. The moment the all-secret technique was unleashed, the Tai Chi force that he evolved from the Battle Saint technique increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to 10 Yi Fan attacking Hua Yunfei at the same time. Boom! The void collapsed, and everyone discovered to their shock that Hua Yunfei's head flew out. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the isolated heaven and earth was forcefully shattered by Yi Fan. Chapter 448. Hua Yunfei's head was struck out, and a string of blood sprayed out. This shocked everyone. This was definitely a heaven's pride, but now, from the start of the battle until now, his performance made everyone sigh in admiration. The saint children all felt restraining fear. Such a character could look down on the younger generation. Everyone originally thought that the battle between him and Yi Fan would continue. It would be hard to tell who was stronger and who would live and who would die in a short period of time, but now, a shocking change had occurred. This is a hero of a generation. Is he going to die just like that? Powerful strength and an immortal-like aura. How many in the younger generation can compare to him? What a pity. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. There were still many cultivators who did not speak. They felt that it would not be so simple. Hua Yunfei should not die so easily because he had a supreme saint technique. The void collapsed, and an energy storm wreaked havoc. The sky was in chaos, and there was a black hole in the void that almost swallowed Yi Fan. It was incomparably terrifying. The black mist was blown away. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. There seemed to be a black abyss in the sky that swallowed all light. Yi Fan rushed out with great difficulty. He was almost swallowed inside. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. The moment he rushed out, he directly chased after the head in the sky. He did not want to give his opponent a chance to recover because he had grasped the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique. Moreover, what kind of person was the most ruthless person of the ancient times? The creator of the undying heaven art was the most difficult to destroy. The moment Yi Fan rushed out, many pieces of flesh appeared in the black hole, flowing with a strange radiance. In the distance, Hua Yunfei's head also blossomed with auspicious light. Boom! Yi Fan's golden blood energy surged. His entire body seemed to be bathed in golden divine flames. It was as if he was a holy spirit that had walked out from one of the 7 great life-forbidden zones. Pa! He waved his golden hand and slapped forward. The void collapsed, and large black cracks rushed out in all directions. Hua Yunfei's head suddenly became pitch black. A small black vortex appeared there, and with a schwa, it disappeared without a trace. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Yi Fan had mastered the Great Void technique, so he was very sensitive to such a secret technique of crossing the void. He immediately found his tracks. In an instant, he chased after it. The head actually sank into the black abyss that had almost swallowed him. It merged with the fragments of the body and flowed with splendor. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Yi Fan's golden hand covered the sky and covered the earth, crushing the void and covering the area. Unfortunately, I was not able to display my full strength. Otherwise, the result would have been different. This was Hua Yunfei's thought, and it was filled with regret. Suddenly, Yi Fan was horrified and a chill ran down his spine. He decisively retreated. The void where he was standing split open and a large black hand appeared, slapping down on where he had just been standing. Half-step almighty. This person was shrouded in fog, and a powerful aura surged like a vast ocean. He was not much weaker than a holy lord. If he could advance half a step further, he would be an almighty who could look down on the world. Hua Yunfei's protector had appeared. Yi Fan was already on guard, because he had fought with Hua Yunfei for too long. He already knew that this person might have been alerted. Boom! The person in the black fog attacked again, wanting to mercilessly kill Yi Fan. The terrifying fluctuations caused the spectators to feel a chill. Apart from a holy lord, who could contend against such a person? However, Yi Fan laughed. He used a peerless movement technique to retreat, moving like a beam of light. Then he shouted, "Everyone, the inheritance of the most ruthless person since ancient times has appeared." This loud roar shook the entire Yan capital. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, collapsing the heavens and alarming everyone. Many figures rushed up into the sky. None of them were among the spectators, and they came from all directions. They were all old men with white hair and beards. Yi Fan's shout was too powerful. Several holy lands and the supreme sects of the Central Plains all had extraordinary characters here. They wanted to enter the forbidden area to pluck divine medicines, so they were all alarmed. This was something that Yi Fan had long since planned. He wanted to divert everyone's attention. There were too many people staring at him, and it was time for someone to step out and bear the hostility in his place. "Who is it?" An aged voice came from the distance. Naturally, it's Hua Yunfei from the Supreme Profound Sect. Just now, he already displayed that kind of inheritance. That black hole that almost swallowed me hasn't disappeared yet. Don't tell me that you don't think it's him? Yi Fan replied loudly. Don't slander me. The half-step almighty retreated to the abyss in the sky. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the unharmed Hua Yunfei rushed out. The Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique had revived him, but he had used it twice in a day. It had caused him to pay a huge price and injure his foundation. You say that I'm slandering you? You can stand there and not move. Wait for the many seniors to come and judge. Those who are innocent will be innocent, while those who are turbid will be turbid. Yi Fan said indifferently. Next time, I'll do as you wish. I'll display my supreme technique and kill you. Hua Yunfei transmitted his voice. He wasn't dejected, only calm and confident. If you really dare to come and die, I'll take care of you in place of the heavens, Yi Fan replied. I didn't think that you would obtain the secret of all. My inheritance is not weaker than any technique in the past or present. It naturally has a technique that can resist the secret of all. Hua Yunfei's words suddenly changed, and he said something that made people scratch their heads. You think you know everything, but you've only guessed half of it. Even I don't know the other half. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Naturally, others couldn't hear him. In reality, before Hua Yunfei left, he still wanted to prove that vicious inheritance had nothing to do with him. In the distant sky, a few old men appeared. They came from the eastern wastelands' holy lands and the central plains' great sections. They were all holy lords. I'll prove my innocence. If I stay now, I'm afraid that there are people in the dark who won't give me a chance to silence me, Hua Yunfei said. After that, he took out a profound jade platform. The void split open, and he and the half-step almighty flew out. The entire city was in an uproar. What was going on? Was the genius of a generation, Hua Yunfei, really vicious inheritor? Not long ago, a great calamity had occurred in Vicious Dojo. Many people had died, shaking the eastern wasteland. Was he related to this? However, he was far away in the southern region. How could he do all these things? Did he really have such great power? This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The disturbance was too great. Vicious inheritance affected too many people's hearts. If he appeared, it would be a great disaster. Many of the older generation chased after him, heading directly to the Taishan sect. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as there was something suspicious, they had to investigate it clearly. Otherwise, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? Where did that woman go? Finally, someone reacted and wanted to find Li Xiaoman's whereabouts. However, at this moment, there was no trace of her. She had long since left the city. Yi Fan was also startled. He didn't even notice how Li Xiaoman had left. He had never paid attention. That night, The Yen capital was in chaos. News flew everywhere, spreading to all parts of the world. It was immediately spread. Cough. Yi Fan landed on the ground and coughed out faint golden blood. Many people were filled with reverence. They couldn't help but open up a path for him. Although the divine body had been injured by the great Tao and was about to die, he still had this kind of might. It made people shiver. There were even more people cursing. How could someone who was about to die still be so fierce? This made many people speechless. People believed that if Yi Fan fought with his life on the line, he could kill a few saints before he died and go to hell with them. It wouldn't be a problem. The divine king physique of the Ji clan looked at Yi Fan calmly, without any emotion. He grabbed the arm of the Ji clan's little moon tightly, not letting her go. Ji Ziyue was very worried, and tears appeared in her eyes. In the distance, the Yao Guang saint's eyes were very deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Divine light flowed on the surface of his body, and he was incomparably divine. At this moment, Yi Fan only had one thought, and that was to quickly find the little girl and then leave the southern region. This place couldn't stay for long. Oh! The next day, a long howl shook the Yen capital. It made people think that a 1,000-year-old wolf had broken in. The large black dog had come. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei were also here. However, the three of them had changed their appearances before entering this ancient city. Why are you here? Yi Fan was very surprised when he saw them. They had originally agreed to meet in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. To help you fight, of course. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news, Pang Bo said. Actually, we should have arrived a long time ago. It's all this damn dog's fault. When we crossed the void, it said that the error would not be more than 1,500 miles, but in the end, it was a full 1,000,000 miles. Tu Fei cursed. It was 1,300,000 miles. Li Heishui added. It's just an occasional error. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally understood. Last time, he had deviated by 1,500,000 miles, and that was already very lucky. When the Black Emperor appeared in the Yen capital, many people's faces immediately darkened when they saw him. When he was in the northern region, he was very fierce, causing chaos everywhere, and clamoring for people to be his pets. Many people wanted to skin him. However, the older generation disdained to lower themselves to the level of a dog. The younger generation was afraid that the sacred doomsday physique would stand out and risk his life. If he was killed like that, it wouldn't be worth it. The large black dog didn't have any self-awareness at all. He greeted everyone he saw, and he was very familiar with everyone as if he was very popular. Long time no see. We meet again. Others ignored him, but he didn't feel it at all. He was still very friendly. Hey, little girl, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Don't you think this is a beautiful encounter? I'll kill you. Woof, I don't want to fight with women. They came to Yi Fan's residence, and after learning about his experiences in detail, they all instantly exclaimed in surprise. Great, the great Tao injury has finally been healed. Pang Bo was very excited. From now on, the sea is wide, the fish can jump, the sky is high, and the birds can fly. Tu Fei laughed loudly. That's right, we can't leak this out now. Let the world think that you don't have much time left, Li Heishui said. Holy fruit! The large black dog was drooling, and his tongue was about to fall off. I won't forget about you. Now, hurry up and tell me about the problem with Vicious. Yi Fan gave him a slap, waking him up. The vicious emperor was arrogant. He fought against the heavens, against the earth, and against himself. It wasn't that he was extraordinarily talented, but he relied on his own strength to kill many kings, and finally reached the peak with a mortal body. The divine techniques he created were unparalleled. First, he used the heaven-devouring demonic technique to change his fate, and became an immortal emperor. He looked down on the world and looked down on all beings. Then, he used his entire life's effort to create the indestructible heaven technique, and broke through the demonic body. He erased all the future troubles that could affect the harmony of heaven and earth, and gave birth to a divine embryo. He defeated himself. There were rumors that he might be the person who lived the longest among the emperors. Everything about him was full of mysteries, and not many people in the world could explain it clearly. With a single thought, flowers bloom, and a sovereign descends. It can be said to be an unparalleled saint technique. If you add the unparalleled 10,000 transformations saint technique, it's practically undefeatable. Brat, how did you break it? After hearing that Yi Fan had defeated the saint technique, the large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he said, even if it's the battle saint technique, it might not be able to deal with this combined saint technique. Yi Fan recounted the course of the battle in detail. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, this brat obtained the inheritance of the vicious, and the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar is in his hands? It's hard to say. Yi Fan shook his head. He had thought of many things, so he continued to ask. The Black Emperor said, that vicious was a world-shaking figure, and he created more than those two unparalleled saint techniques. He also created the unique and righteous saint technique. According to what you said, he indeed didn't have time to unleash them. Moreover, this is only the corresponding saint technique for the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Yi Fan was shocked, and he asked, what do you mean? There's also the indestructible heaven technique. That's a mystical technique that Vicious created in his later years. As for what kind of saint technique it corresponds to, no one knows, the Black Emperor said. Vicious is that powerful? Pang Bo was also very surprised. Of course he's powerful. Otherwise, why would I want to dig up his grave? The large black dog mumbled. You said you suspected that the Yao Guang saint's son was also involved in this, and he came to test you 2 nights ago. Now that we're all here, why don't we go and kill him tonight? Li Heishui said. That's right, we'll take the initiative to attack. Tu Fei also said. Chapter 449. Don't act rashly. The situation in Yen capital is complicated now. My every move will be watched. Don't act now, Yi Fan said. He was most concerned about Ruthless. That kind of inheritance was too powerful and terrifying. If this kind of inheritor grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. Flowers bloomed with a single thought, and a king descended. This represented Ruthless' unparalleled power in the past. With this technique and the unparalleled 1,000 transformation saint art, he could kill all heroes in the world. It was said that Ruthless had created a supreme secret technique that could kill kings. He was peerless in the world, and the legends alone were enough to make people tremble. He gave birth to a divine fetus in his old age and reborn in his old age. This is too terrifying. Doesn't it mean that he has experienced 2 emperors? Li Heishui was speechless. It said that he lived the longest. Is he still alive? Tu Fei also had doubts. His grandfather had the ancient sky-swallowing demon jar. As he learned more about Ruthless, he felt his heart beat faster. He felt that it was a hot potato. Impossible. If he was still in this world back then, the great Lord of No Sure would have definitely had a battle with him that would shake the ages. The Black Emperor muttered. Did none of the ancient emperors survive? They were all extremely talented and looked down on the past and present. I don't believe that they all passed away, Pangbo said. If he didn't die, I would have dug up his training field and dug up his grave. With his personality, he would have jumped out and skinned me alive, the large black dog muttered. They were speechless. After thinking about it, it was true. If he was still alive, why would he let the sky-swallowing demon jar fall apart and scatter in the world instead of keeping it in his hands? Yi Fan felt the pressure. The sky-swallowing demon technique corresponded to all kinds of secret techniques, and the indestructible heaven art was even more mysterious. Even the Black Emperor didn't know what kind of amazing technique it corresponded to. I need to go to the Saint Cliff and find the 3rd secret of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan had this thought. Although he had learned the Tao scripture and the Western Emperor scripture, they were all mental cultivation techniques of a certain secret realm. They weren't complete scriptures, and they didn't contain any supreme techniques. At this moment, he seriously felt that he lacked secret techniques. Just having a powerful mental cultivation method was far from enough. Fortunately, the battle saint technique was unparalleled in the world, and the saint energy was #1 in terms of offensive power. It was capable of countless transformations, and could evolve into countless killing techniques. Otherwise, he would have a hard time dealing with his nemesis. Have you found out the whereabouts of the God King? Yi Fan asked. In the past, when he crossed over from the northern region, he had made an agreement with a few people. If he healed his wounds of the ways, he would definitely cause a disturbance so that they could search for supreme God Kings. No, it's like a stone sinking into the sea. There's no news at all. I've asked the bad guy Jiang to ask. His grandfather Jianghu went to the Jiang family, but he didn't get any clue, said Tu Fei. Li Heishui also sighed. The Eastern Barren Land is just too big. Finding a supreme god king is easier said than done. Yi Fan frowned. He had narrowly escaped death and finally managed to obtain a perfect immortal medicine, but he had no way of finding the divine king. This gave him a headache. Don't worry. If the Jiang family has any news, we will know immediately, said Li Heishui. Yi Fan was indebted to the supreme god king. He didn't want to see the god king fall, so he wanted to find a way to revive him. Now he saw the light, but he couldn't do it. I think the god king hasn't passed away yet. After all, Ting Ting is with him. When he feels that he doesn't have much time left, I think he will send the little girl back to the Jiang family, Pangbo deduced. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. This is what worries me the most. He was very worried that the God King would use his last bit of power to change Ting Ting's fate and use up the last hope of revival. This was very likely to happen. Ever since the God King disappeared with Ting Ting, Yi Fan had such a thought. The God King had lived a sad life. If such sad news came out, it would be very sad and make people cry. At this time, the outside world was shaken. Many important figures went to Taishan and the Star Peak. No one didn't care about the inheritance of the ruthless great king. If it was true, it would be a catastrophe. It would be an unbearable disaster. Everyone in the world looked over. It was even more than when the Saint Physique had broken the curse. People from the great sects had come. Yi Fan had succeeded. He had shifted people's attention. He didn't need to be afraid of a dying Saint Physique. However, the inheritance of the most ruthless man in history was different. He finally smiled. The stars had moved, and the disaster had been shifted. Everyone had their eyes on another person, and they had started to search for the successor of the ruthless man. Hua Yunfei had disappeared, and everyone was searching for him. Although they didn't have any evidence yet, he had become the enemy of the entire world. This is a good move. Hua Yunfei is more useful alive than dead. He can replace Yi Fan to bear this burden. Tu Fei smiled. That's right. Push him out. Little Yi can cultivate in peace and accumulate power. When those people come back to their senses, it will be too late. Li Heishui also laughed. Don't be blindly optimistic. The more I hear, the more I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't easy to deal with. He is cunning and ruthless. Such a person won't die easily. Don't be forced to become the second ruthless man, warned the Black Emperor. Pangbo smiled. In the future, we can plan at ease. This time, we will push out a ruthless man. Next time, we will push out a Wu Shi. The outside world was in an uproar, all types of discussions covering heaven and earth. Yi Fan could finally relax for a period of time. In the next few days, he continued to search for the little girl. He had to find her. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for his own conscience. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find a single clue. Yi Huiling should come out soon. She heard that I'm safe and sound. She will come for the holy fruits. Yi Fan took out the holy fruits and distributed them to them. The Black Emperor was drooling. His old habit of being greedy appeared again. He started to steal from his own people. Fortunately, Li Heishui and Tu Fei understood him and reacted quickly. Even though they were bitten a few times, the fruits were saved. Damn, this damned dog is too hateful. Everything else is good, but his bad habit of stealing treasures is incurable. The two of them cursed. Am I that kind of person? I just wanted to test your reaction speed. The large black dog was so shameless that it made people speechless. At first, they didn't want it because they understood that they needed to combine all kinds of holy fruits to create a perfect immortal divine medicine. They wanted to use this to save the divine king and little Ting Ting. Yi Fan still insisted on giving one to each of them. However, he didn't take it himself because it was just enough. He needed a deity root to make up for it. After several days, they still couldn't find the little girl. Yi Fan felt uneasy, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In the end, he and Pangbo left the Yen capital to see some old friends. They were classmates who had come to this world with them. If there were no accidents, they should still be in the Yen territory. Their first stop was naturally the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The two of them had lived here for almost a year. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in their minds. However, when they arrived here, they heard the grievous news. Their classmate called Zhang Ningfei had died. That year, Yi Fan and a total of 13 people had been brought out of the ancient forest by Vivian. The 6 blessed lands had each taken 2 of them as disciples. The spirit ruin paradise had taken Pang Bo and Zhang Ningfei as disciples. Yi Fan had only followed Pang Bo here. He wasn't a true disciple because he had been found to have a desolate ancient trash body. After coming here, Zhang Ningfei had been taken away by his master to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had only seen him a few times. They didn't expect that when they returned, this classmate had already been buried for more than a year. Let's fill up his grave. The 2 of them were a little sad. They had come to this world together, but they never thought that someone had already passed away. They would never see him again. Zhang Ningfei wasn't killed by a cultivator. A year ago, he had gone to pick a spirit medicine and was torn to pieces by a beast. He had died a terrible death. I still remember when we graduated. After you got drunk, you cried and laughed, talking about your ideals and regrets. After coming to this world, we didn't get to meet for a long time. In the end, we didn't get to see you one last time. The 2 of them poured wine on his grave and were silent for a long time. This was the world of cultivators. Everything was extremely cruel and full of hardships. When the 2 of them returned to the spirit ruin paradise, many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The 2 spirit ruin leaders were very nervous. Even he was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. He was afraid that the 2 of them would be angry and punish him. There's no need to be like this. Ling Su has done us a favor. His accident has nothing to do with the spirit ruin paradise. Nearly 6 years had passed. They were already cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, enough to look down on the entire Yan country. The Eastern Barren territory was too big. The spirit ruin paradise was the lowest level of cultivation. Cultivators at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were already the top cultivators of the Yan country. If they were cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, they could dominate dozens of countries. Dozens of countries might have a medium-sized sect, but hundreds of countries might not even have a large sect. In the vast Eastern Barren territory, there were countless countries. Elder Wu Qingfeng was invited, but the spirit ruin paradise leader was still a little worried. He knew that the 2 of them were indebted to this elder. In fact, other than seeing their classmate, Yi Fan and Pang Bo mainly wanted to see this old man. He was the one who had led the 2 of them onto the path of cultivation. After several years, Elder Wu Qingfeng had aged a little, but he was still in good spirits. He was very happy to see them. "Child, I heard about you. Your great path injury." The old man sighed. "It's fine. He's very tough. He'll make it through this." "Don't worry," Pang Bo said with a smile. He could not tell the truth because the stakes were too high. "I didn't expect you to have such achievements. You can compete with the sons of saints." Elder Wu Qingfeng was very excited. One of them was his disciple. The 2 of them stayed with Elder Wu Qingfeng for a long time. Then, Yi Fan left behind several caddies of divine spring with a divine root soaked in it. Only then did he leave. After today's parting, it might be difficult to see him again. They walked far away and found the old man still standing at the mountain gate. His white head, his back that was no longer straight, and his skinny figure. The old man seemed to have been petrified as he watched them leave. This might very well be the last time they met. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very sad. They turned around and bowed deeply before rushing into the sky. Chapter 450. Yi Fan and Pang Bo came to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland, the former sect of Zhang Wenchang. Their arrival caused panic. Now, everyone in the Yan Kingdom had heard of the divine body. Those who had humiliated Zhang Wenchang were all frightened and felt that the end of the world had come. Many people knew that Yi Fan had been here before and was a close friend of Zhang Wenchang. They all thought that he had come to vent the anger of the half-crippled old man. Pang Bo glanced at the group of young people. He wanted to slap them to death, but in the end, he only snorted coldly. As a result, a row of people knelt down. "We want to know if Lu Yi has ever come back. Do you have any news of her?" Yi Fan asked. Lu Yi had entered the same sect as Zhang Wenchang. This time, they had come to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland mainly to find news of her. "She never came back." "What a pity for a good cultivation seed," an elder replied. The two nodded and did not say anything else. They turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people of the Jade Cauldron Wonderland all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they went to the Mist Wonderland, the Purple Sun Wonderland, and the Golden Glow Wonderland. In the end they got the same answer. Zhou Wang, Lin Jia, and the others had not come back. In the past, the three people of the Great Sage's land had forced Yi Fan and the others to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity to pick the divine medicine. Yi Fan had created an opportunity for Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to escape. 3 years had passed. They only knew that Li Xiaoman had escaped and entered the Taishan sect. There was still no news of the others. Back then, Yi Fan had asked Li Xiaoman when he was in the Taishan sect. She did not know where they were because they had escaped separately. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia are all smart people. Naturally, they will not come back. Otherwise, the people of the Holy Land will definitely find out, Yi Fan said to himself. Zhang Xiling isn't stupid. He must have gone to a safe place. I think Yi is definitely with him, Pang Bo said. In addition, 2 other students had died. One was Gu Ming, and the other was Su Chuan. One was killed when he went out to train, and the other was trapped in the ruins with others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo filled their graves. It had only been a few years, but 3 of their classmates had already died in this world. They did not know how many of them would be left in the end. Finally, they arrived at the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven and learned of Cade's whereabouts. A wandering old monk took him away because he saw that he was tall and sturdy, born with a head full of yellow hair, and thought that he was similar to the guardian Vajra in Buddhist legends. This yellow-haired devil has become a guardian Vajra. Doesn't that mean I can become a Buddha? Pang Bo was somewhat dumbfounded. What did the old monk say? Yi Fan asked in detail. The people of the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven did not dare to hide anything. They knew that this person was a terrifying killer who did not have much time left. He even dared to kill people from the Holy Land. They did not dare to provoke him. The old monk only said that he would take him to the western desert, to some Mount Meru. He did not say anything else. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. Mount Meru had too many legends, whether it was in the other side of the starry sky or in this world. This devil is really lucky. He actually went to Mount Meru. In the future, when we go to the western desert, we must get him to introduce a few female bodhisattvas. One of Sunset Moon's disciples even repeated what Cade had said before he left, word for word. Oh, dog seller. God my ass. From now on, I can only believe in Buddha. Who told you to leave me here? Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other and could not help but laugh. They did not stay for long. After understanding everything, they flew into the sky. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and brought them away. Originally, there were only 10 people left. Along the way, the 2 of them felt a bit sad. They did not know when they would be able to go back. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo returned to the Yendu, the Great Sage's land and the Supreme Sects immediately sent people to find them. They had already carved the Supreme Formation runes, and wanted Yi Fan to go pick some medicinal herbs. How could Yi Fan go back? This time, he had only set up a trap to deal with Hua Yunfei. He tactfully said that it was too dangerous and that he wanted to give up. He wanted to go to the Undying Mountain in the central region of the eastern wasteland to try his luck. The people of the Great Sects cursed silently. Although the Undying Mountain had the word undying in its name, it had always been impossible to leave. Once you entered, you could forget about coming out alive. Little friend, are you sure? That mountain range is not a good place. In the past, there was a Saint Physique who broke a cliff and caused a huge disaster. In his later years, blood stained the Saint Cliff. Senior, can you explain in detail? Yi Fan's heart stirred. This is already the most detailed record. There is nothing else, a Grand Elder of a Holy Land said. Yi Fan was speechless. No matter what, he was not willing to enter the forbidden ancient desolate land. As long as he could find little Nan Nan, he would immediately leave the southern region. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Although the people of the Supreme Sects wanted to beat him up, as there had never been anyone who dared to stand them up, they still suppressed their anger. After all, the mark of the Divine King was still there. In the following days, Yi Fan almost turned the entire Yen kingdom upside down. He used all his power to search, but in the end, there was no trace of Nan Nan. And in this period of time, the southern region was in a great turmoil. Many elites were searching for Hua Yunfei's whereabouts, but it was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no trace of him at all. After another 2 days, Yi Huiling finally appeared. This caused Yi Fan to be overjoyed, and he welcomed her into the inn. This was a large inn, and the layout was very particular. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards, specially for cultivators who liked peace and quiet to stay. At this moment, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and even the large black dog were all in seclusion. They were slowly refining the holy fruits. In a purple bamboo forest, Yi Fan personally poured tea for Yi Huiling. He asked, "Why did Miss Yi disappear for so long?" "It's a long story. I almost died. During the battle between Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao, someone had attacked both of them at the same time. Both of them had been severely wounded, and then that person had chased after Yi Huiling. In the end, although she had luckily escaped, her vitality had been greatly injured, and she had almost died. She had only come out of seclusion today after recuperating. After learning about everything that had happened recently, she suspected that it was very likely that that person was Hua Yunfei's protector, because the two of them were very similar. Congratulations on recovering from your injuries, Brother Yi. From now on, your path will be smooth, and no one will be able to stop you." Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Yi Fan fulfilled his promise, and took out a golden sun holy fruit. Although it was sealed in the small jade cauldron, its fragrance still seeped out, refreshing the mind. He pushed it forward. "Brother Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me?" Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was like suet jade, and her eyebrows were elegant. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit, and her oval face gave people a very ethereal feeling, as if she could see through everything. "How could that be? I believe that Miss Yi will help me keep this secret." Yi Fan smiled. "I believe in Brother Ye's character." The corner of Yi Huiling's mouth curled up, and with a hint of mischievousness she said, "But I also ask Brother Yi to believe that I won't say a single word." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. He lightly pushed the small white jade cauldron, and it flew out. Only now did Yi Huiling reach out her hand to receive it. Her big watery eyes were full of smiles and she said, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I want to know, was it Miss Yi who took little Nan Nan away?" Yi Huiling shook her head. Because it was not time for her to leave, she often fought with Wang Chongxiao, so she did not come to take little Nan Nan away. "Who was it?" Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed. If it was not for the little girl, he would already be dead. If he could not find her, his conscience would not be at ease. "I think I have guessed it," Yi Huiling said. "What, you know who it was?" Yi Fan suddenly looked over. "I am not absolutely sure, it is just a guess." "Please tell me." Yi Huiling guessed that little Nan Nan might have been taken away by the people of the Yinyang sect, because she found that the saintess of the sect was personally moving around, looking for children with good physiques. "Is she still in the Yen capital?" Yi Fan jumped up. He could not help but be anxious. If she was sent to the Central Plains, it would be very difficult for him to get her back. "Not here. Right now, there is a storm brewing in the Yen land. They are in another peaceful place. I know that is one of their strongholds in the eastern barren land. The talented children should not have been sent away yet. After all, crossing to the Central Plains requires a large amount of energy. They should be waiting for the matter in the Yen capital to end before leaving together." "Where are they? What kind of experts are there?" Yi Fan asked. Yi Huiling said, "In a sect called Rosy Dawn 50,000 miles away. It is a sect supported by the Yinyang sect." Yi Fan waited for a day, and Pang Bo and the others came out one after another. They had all completed their blood transfusion and bone tempering, and the medicinal power had been absorbed to the extreme. Without any delay, they crossed the void at top speed, killing their way 50,000 miles away. Yi Huiling also followed. Rosy Dawn sect was located in a mountain range. There were fiery red cherry trees everywhere, like endless burning clouds. The name of the sect was very suitable for the environment. These people were all tyrannical, so it was natural for them to sneak into a medium-sized sect quietly. At first, they did not find anything, and even Yi Fan was disappointed. Only when they turned to the back of the mountain did they feel refreshed. They saw more than 10 children, the oldest only 5 years old, and the youngest only 2 years old. All of them looked like they were carved from jade. Why isn't little Nan Nan here? Yi Fan frowned. They separated and continued their search. He passed through one magnificent house after another, and when he was about to reach the end, he finally revealed a happy expression. He sensed little Nan Nan's aura and quickly rushed over. There were also a few children here, and all of them were wearing beautiful new clothes. They all looked very delicate, except for a little girl around 3 years old. Her clothes were old and tattered, and even her shoes had finger holes. Yi Fan blamed himself. He had been too busy before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land and did not have the time to take care of this little girl. He had never given her new clothes, and now he felt incomparably guilty. It was obvious that little Nan Nan was being ostracized here. Otherwise, she would not have been treated like this. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. Come over quickly, it's time to eat the spirit medicine. A middle-aged woman walked over. There were 6 or 7 small bowls on the tray in her hand. Waves of fragrance wafted out, refreshing the mind. Clearly, these were spirit medicines. The Yin Yang sect was very willing to part with these genius children. They had to build a solid foundation for them from a young age, and all of them were refined with precious medicines. The other children all ran over, and only little Nan Nan did not go over. Her big eyes were very bright as she stared at those small bowls with hope, but she did not dare to go over. That little muddlehead, don't count on it. I originally thought that your bone frame was rare in this world and that you were a little genius. Who would have thought that you were born with such a bad memory? In a few days you will forget everything. The middle-aged woman coldly swept her gaze over. But, Nan Nan is very hungry. I did not eat anything in the morning and afternoon. Little Nan Nan felt very wronged. If you make another mistake, you will not be allowed to eat tonight. The middle-aged woman's voice was very cold. In a few days, the saintess will come again. After she has made her decision, she will throw you out. Oh, Nan Nan understands. Little Nan Nan lowered her head and did not dare to look at the middle-aged woman. She looked at her own tattered shoes. After the middle-aged woman left, a group of young children held their small bowls and drank the spirit medicine. Some of the children were very naughty and did not like the taste, so they secretly poured it away. Little Nan Nan stared at a child's small bowl. Her big eyes were very bright as she asked with a tender voice, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" "Not delicious," the young child replied. He had already poured out the spirit medicine in the small bowl. Little Nan Nan saw that the other girl was also about to pour it away and revealed a hopeful light. Her eyes were very bright as she asked the same question, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" She was already very hungry and was punished not to eat. At this time, she could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "It's not delicious. Nan Nan, you must be hungry. Here, eat it." The little girl handed over the small bowl. "Are you really giving it to me?" Little Nan Nan asked seriously. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she reached out to receive it. "Yes, quickly eat it." The little girl handed it over. "Thank you. Nan Nan is really very hungry." Little Nan Nan reached out to receive it. At this time the middle-aged woman returned and coldly shouted, "What are you all doing?" "Gotcha!" Little Nan Nan trembled in fear as the small bowl in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. She had a very scared appearance. "Not only are you not allowed to eat tonight, you are also not allowed to eat tomorrow. Quickly go back to your room. This is not a place for you to stay." "Oh, Nan Nan understands." Little Nan Nan's head drooped down to her chest. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she walked towards the servant's room not far away. Yi Fan finally knew the situation of little Nan Nan here. His heart ached and tears almost fell out. He walked out of the darkness with large strides and coldly shouted at the middle-aged woman, "Are you shouting at her? Who are you? How did you get in?" The middle-aged woman was shocked. "Nan Nan, come here." Yi Fan beckoned to little Nan Nan. "Big brother, who are you? Why do I feel that you are very familiar?" Little Nan Nan's big eyes blinked. "I told you to go back to your room. Why are you still here?" The middle-aged woman coldly shouted. Little Nan Nan quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look over. Smack! Yi Fan's slap landed on the middle-aged woman's face. Although she was very fast, she still failed to dodge and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Yi Fan spared her life because he had many questions to ask her. Otherwise, the power of the sacred body of the ancients would have been enough to shatter her. He strode over, picked up little Nan Nan, and then forced her back. "Who are you? What's your relationship with her?" The middle-aged woman asked with a trembling voice. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that even your saintess is not as precious as her. How dare you treat her like this?" Yi Fan was furious and said, "Tell me, where is your saintess?" "You. Who are you? How dare you belittle our saintess like this?" The middle-aged woman was shocked. At that moment, several powerhouses rushed into the courtyard and shouted, asking who Yi Fan was. "The lives of your saintess and son of God added together are not enough to make up for the grievances that little Nan Nan has suffered." Yi Fan clanged and held the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in his hand. Blood splattered as he sliced the few people who rushed over into pieces. He then continued to interrogate, "Tell me, where is your saintess?" At that moment, Pang Bo and the others also heard the noise and rushed over. "Who dares to offend the school of Yin Yang?" At the same time, someone spoke in an eerie voice. Several elders from the dragon transformation realm flew over and said coldly, "Are you guys tired of living?" "It's you guys who are tired of living." Yi Fan shouted and swung his sword at the sky. "How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on the school of Yin Yang." Chapter 451. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on our Yin Yang sect. Several elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm flew over, their words cold and murderous. Yi Fan pointed the holy sword in his hand toward the sky. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and his eyes were deep. He was like a demon god, full of murderous intent. 8 or 9 young people followed the elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm. There were both men and women. Seeing that Yi Fan was only 15 or 16 years old, they all looked down on him. One of the young men held a murderous weapon and pointed it at Yi Fan. A blood-red light flashed and he said coldly, "Is this a place where you can barge in? You don't know your place." "Are you saying that you don't know your place?" Yi Fan waved the dragon-pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and slashed it toward the sky. The thick black sword ray was more than 100 meters long, and it shot up like a black lightning bolt. Puh! The young man was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. He was crushed by the thick sword chi, and nothing was left. Even the murderous weapon was turned into powder. "Ah!" Behind them, the other young cultivators all cried out in surprise, and their expressions changed completely. The elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm looked extremely gloomy. During this process, Yi Fan held little Nan Nan carefully and covered her big eyes at the same time, so she didn't see this scene. Little Nan Nan was being bullied every day, and she didn't even have food to eat. He didn't want to be frightened again. This poor little girl really made him feel sad. "Who are you? Why did you barge into the Yin Yang sect's territory and offend us?" An elder asked coldly from afar. "I offended you? What a joke. You captured the disciples of the Eastern Barren territory, imprisoned my family, and you dare to question me?" Yi Fan's murderous intent soared, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a demon god. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also approached, and they each guarded aside. Only the big black dog was nowhere to be seen. "Have you really heard of the Yin Yang sect?" One of the young men didn't believe it. The Yin Yang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State, and not many people dared to offend them. He thought that Yi Fan didn't know about it. Regardless of right or wrong, let's talk about the inheritance first. The Yin Yang sect has such a bad temper. Yi Fan's killing intent grew denser and denser as he said, "Isn't it just a sect in the central state? What's so great about it?" Good, good, good. He is indeed a reckless madman. There is no one in this world who dares to look down on my Yin Yang sect. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward with his sword. "So what if I underestimated you today? Where is your saintess?" "Young man, you don't know how to appreciate favors. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." An old man's face sank. With a hong sound, a large bell floated above his head. Purple energy was hazy, and killing intent was boundless. One of them shouted, "You still dare to barge into our Yin Yang sect's territory after knowing it? What right do you have to see our saintess? Several elders are here. Do you still want to overturn the heavens?" He will definitely be killed. Noisy. Yi Fan did not care about these young people at all. He was only concerned about the few experts from the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. The dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand slashed forward, and a thick sword light sliced through the void. The few Dragon Transformation Secret Realm experts wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. They could only watch as Yi Fan killed someone in front of them. That black sword ray was too fast and sharp. The black sword ray cut through the heaven and earth. With a flash, blood splattered everywhere. That disciple died a violent death. Boom! That large bell let out a huge roar like a lion's roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. Endless horrifying sound waves were produced, and tens of thousands of waves were formed. Dang! Yi Fan directly waved his sword. The dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword extended in the wind, and it turned into 100 meters long. He held it in his hand and slashed down tens of thousands of waves, cutting through the sound waves of death. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. He shook the bell again and rushed forward. As the bell rang, a ferocious beast rushed out. It had the head of a lion and the body of a dragon. Roar! The sound of the bell was like a lion's roar. It fused with the sound waves and stirred up winds and waves in the vast ocean of black sound waves. Dang! The long and drawn-out sound of the bell split the sky. The dragon-lion ferocious beast pounced forward, bringing along monstrous black bell waves that almost drowned Yi Fan. Buzz! The sky was filled with brilliant rays of light. Yi Fan's entire body was golden. The large sword in his hand swept across the sky and slashed downwards. With a poo sound, the dragon-lion sword was cut in half. The vast bell waves were extinguished in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling an angry roar. The sound suddenly disappeared, and the bell waves that filled the sky disappeared. There was not a single trace of life force left. Dang! The large bell on top of that Dragon Transformation Secret Realm expert's head personally rushed over. With a loud quang-dang sound, the huge purple bell flew out like a mountain and pressed down on Yi Fan. Boom! The large bell was as tall as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Fan under it, emitting a deafening sound that was incomparably vast like a tsunami. The majestic bell fell down, intending to turn Yi Fan into dust and ashes. The bell shook the heaven and earth. Kacha! All of a sudden, the large bell collapsed. The black golden dragon mark Saint Spirit in Yi Fan's hand was like a black true dragon. It smashed the large bell and he rushed out. The elder of the Dragon Transformation mystical ground harumphed coldly, but he did not dodge. Instead, he formed a phenomenon and charged towards Yi Fan. This was a dark gray mist that formed a small world of its own. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he stood alone in the center. It could corrode all living beings and was invincible. He thought that he could turn Yi Fan into pus and blood. However, Yi Fan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He directly walked in and brandished his sword. Black light split the sky and with a pu sound, the elder's head was sent flying. What's going on? What happened? Why is elderly frozen by his own strange phenomenon and unable to move? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were stupefied and revealed expressions of disbelief. Yi Fan's slaying of the dragon was like cutting vegetables in a garden, shocking them. He is the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Don't display your strange phenomenon in front of him. A few figures flew over from the distant sky and said, What? He is that Saint Physique? Why did he come to our Yin-Yang sect's important place? Many people cried out in alarm. They felt that the situation was far from good. Many of them came from the central prefecture. Even though they had heard of the Saint Physique, it was impossible for them to see it with their own eyes. They all knew that the Saint Physique was about to leave this world and that he didn't have much time left to live. Even his old enemy didn't want to provoke him. They didn't expect that he would come here. Yi Fan, although you are famous, you shouldn't have provoked the Yin-Yang sect. The elders of the Dragon Transformation Secret Territory looked gloomy. I'm not the one who provoked you. You are the one who provoked me. You kidnapped little Nan Nan and tortured her. You should be killed. His voice was cold and his murderous aura became more intense. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui sneered. They took out their weapons and were ready to attack. Woof! The big black dog, who had been missing for a long time, dashed out. His mouth was filled with the smell of medicine. Apparently, he had gone to their storehouse to cause trouble. Yi Huiling stood in the dark and didn't show her real face. After all, she was a cultivator from the central prefecture. The Yin-Yang sect was too big. If she knew about it, she would be in big trouble in the central prefecture. Below them, the children were crying in fear. Even little Nan Nan felt uneasy. Although her eyes were covered by Yi Fan, she still whispered, "Nan Nan is scared." "Don't be scared, Nan Nan." Yi Fan covered her with a divine light. A holy aura filled the air, making her feel warm. Swoosh! The three elders of the Yin-Yang sect moved forward and surrounded Yi Fan. They wanted to kill him together. So what if you have a saint physique? Even if you have the protection of a divine king, you are the one who came to kill us. We will kill you for nothing. Boom! The three of them revealed their murderous aura and attacked at the same time. They took out their weapons. The red bloodlight and the black deathlight surged like the sea, and the sky exploded. Boom! Yi Fan didn't move. The lovely land avatar appeared. A beautiful small world appeared. There were many mountains that reached into the sky. Ancient trees reached the sky, and silver waterfalls poured down. He stood at the peak, and all the spells that attacked him turned into nothingness. He swung the black holy sword, and the avatar moved with him like a world. The magnificent rivers and mountains were so far away that they seemed to have no end. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. The three of them were shocked and quickly retreated. However, they couldn't move faster than lovely land. They were immediately enveloped. They were terrified. They were suppressed by the Saint Physique avatar, and they had a slim chance of survival. This was the consensus. Boom! Even though they were charging forward, the three great mountains between the magnificent mountains and rivers flew up and pressed them down in an instant. So what if you have transformed into a dragon? You dare to show off in front of me? Yi Fan brandished the black holy sword and chopped off the heads of the three people who were suppressed under the mountain. Blood flowed out and everyone was shocked. "Youngster, you dare?" Several figures flew over, taking action against Yi Fan. "Do you think we are air?" Pang Bo sneered. His eyes were like silver moons, and they shot out two dragon-shaped white beams. He used the 9 slashes of the demon god. Form of destruction. The power of this saint technique was unparalleled. Yi Fan and the large black dog had suffered greatly from it, and only the 9 secrets could defeat it. "Junior, who are you?" An elder of the dragon transformation mystery realm didn't seem to sense the approaching danger, and used an ancient shield to block it. Pang! The ancient shield shattered. The dragon-shaped silver beam was indestructible, and it instantly pierced through him. He shattered on the spot, and not even a mist of blood remained. Ah! Everyone cried out in shock. Who is he? He's so terrifying. Even an elder at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm was killed with a single strike. This was Pang Bo's strongest saint technique. He had only mastered the first 3 slashes of the demon god 9 slashes, but its power was unparalleled. Now that he had reached the consummate level of all 4, it was naturally not difficult for him to kill a cultivator 1 tier higher than him. Kill! Yi Fan attacked again. His avatar appeared, and he was invincible. These people were not the elite Hua Yunfei. Although they were also elites at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm, their battle prowess was inferior. The avatar was far away, and it sealed the heaven and earth, sealing the enemies. Pft, pft, pft. His first slash sent a head flying, and blood splattered everywhere. His second slash cut another person in half, and blood spewed everywhere. His third slash cut off another dragon transformation elder's shoulder, and blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. He killed 3 people in a row, and all the elites of the Yin-Yang religion were stunned. The dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and he looked like a demon. Everyone retreated far away, and they didn't dare to come close. Whoosh! Yi Fan reached out a golden hand, and grabbed the middle-aged lady who was sealed on the ground, and said, "Where is your saintess?" Cough. The sound of an old man coughing could be heard. An old lady holding a walking stick walked over in the sky. A few elders from the dragon transformation secret realm followed behind her, surrounding her in the middle. Many other cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm also appeared. 4th transformation of dragon transformation. Pang Bo was shocked. This was definitely a great enemy, and she was much stronger than the elders of the first transformation of dragon transformation. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually came to the Yin-Yang religion to behave atrociously. Although the old lady's body was weak, her eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. You kidnapped little Nan Nan here, and now you're blaming me for behaving atrociously. Such arrogance, as expected of the supreme religion. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Isn't it just a little girl with a bad memory? What's the big deal? The old lady was indifferent, and she didn't take it seriously at all. She glanced at little Nan Nan with disdain, and stared at Yi Fan, and said, You're just a holy doomsday physique, and you're about to die, and you're still causing such a big commotion. I'll send you on your way. Old thing, let me send you on your way, and then I'll go kill your saintess. Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 452. You delivered yourself to me. Even if I kill you, the Divine King has nothing to say. The old woman brandished her walking stick and struck forward. The walking stick flowed with green light. It was a bamboo stick that was green and glistening. It engraved itself in the void and spat out a new bud. It was full of vitality and boundless vitality. Wang. However, the void was collapsing greatly. The bamboo stick looked light and agile, but it was extremely heavy, collapsing space, striking towards Yi Fan's body. The bamboo stick became one with the void and drew out a Tao trajectory. It possessed an undying divine radiance as it lashed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Dang! Yi Fan brandished the dragon-patterned black-gold holy spirit sword to meet the attack. It hacked down on the bamboo and released a piercing sound. It made one's eardrums feel like they were going to explode and their organs were ringing. A black abyss appeared between the two. That was what appeared after the void collapsed. It devoured everything in its surroundings, making one shiver with fear. Yi Fan's heart sank. Even the dragon-patterned black-gold holy spirit sword couldn't cut through the bamboo stick. An expert at the fourth transformation of dragon transformation was terrifying as expected. The bamboo stick became one with heaven and earth. The old woman was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to suppress his body and the holy sword with the supreme Tao. The green bamboo seemed to have a life of its own, representing sturdiness and immortality. It was emerald green like jade. Swoosh! The old woman pressed forward. She looked old, but she was even more graceful than a spirit. She moved like a streak of light and continuously lashed out with the bamboo stick. The small green bamboo condensed the void and merged with the Tao imprint. It sprouted verdant and flowed with life imprints. It became more and more immeasurable. Yi Fan didn't feel comfortable fighting and felt his hands and feet bound. He couldn't erupt with his full strength. This was a terrifying rhythm. This old woman was controlling everything and using the might of the great Tao. She turned the Tao to her own use and stood high up. The green bamboo stick and the Tao became one, reflecting her will. The more she fought, the more terrifying it became. Heaven and earth gradually began to pulse. Pa! The green bamboo in the old woman's hand swept over and struck at Yi Fan's head. When he dodged, she took advantage of the situation and slashed at his chest. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When he slashed out with the Holy Spirit sword, he always felt a bit sluggish and couldn't attack with full power. Moreover, at this moment, he finally felt danger, as if the heavens were about to press down on him. Pa! Pa! The green bamboo stick in the old woman's hand continued to move forward unhurriedly, and the pulse of heaven and earth became more and more intense. This terrifying rhythm was resonating with the bamboo stick. Not good. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was the sign of an earth-shattering strike. Buzz! The old woman placed the green bamboo cane in the air and shook it fiercely. The power of the great path flowed. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Then, it was like a great river striking the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. The bamboo cane revived, glistening with emerald green. It turned into a towering ancient bamboo with lush green leaves. Endless bamboo flowers swayed about, creating a snow-white expanse that was sparkling and translucent. Boom! This part of the world collapsed. Countless bamboo staffs appeared in the void, bright green like jade. They struck at Yi Fan together, as if tens of thousands of true dragons were dancing. Those were imprints, emerald green and vivid imprints of life. Just now, the old woman had lashed out tens of thousands of times, and every type of power was imprinted in the void. At this moment, they completely erupted. Wherever the bamboo cane passed by, a green bamboo cane would appear. It would condense into a Dao imprint and unleash a devastating attack. The old woman unhurriedly lashed out tens of thousands of times, all for this final heaven-shocking strike. Tens of thousands of imprints revived, and the great path pressed down. Yi Fan resisted with all of his strength. He had no choice but to defend. The golden sea of bitterness appeared, surging into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, blocking the tens of thousands of imprints. This was an intense collision. Light erupted from both sides, erupting with an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura that rushed in all directions. Yi Fan and the old woman were separated by many realms. Only he could go against the flow and kill immortals, resisting such a terrifying attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been turned into ashes. This was a killing trap laid out by the old woman, but he forcefully withstood it. The golden sea of bitterness revolved around him. His own blood energy surged, and the golden holy body seemed to be burning. Pang! He brandished the dragon-patterned black-gold holy spirit sword, splitting the heavens. He finally released his own battle prowess, and was no longer restrained like before. A black dragon danced about. The holy sword and the sea of bitterness roared together, annihilating the tens of thousands of imprints. The void collapsed, turning into a shattered rift valley. It was pitch black, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Little evil creature, you do have some skills. The old woman's words were cold, and her heart was not calm. The other party was so many realms lower than her, but he actually broke through the killing trap she had set up. This old woman is very terrifying. Behind her, Pang Bo's eyes flickered, and silver light flowed. The 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign was about to be released, and the dragon-shaped divine radiance was faintly discernible. The old woman looked back coldly, and as if she had felt the killing intent, she stared at him and said, "If you want to die, then go ahead and attack." Old thing. Pang Bo didn't believe it and was about to attack. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure came one more time. A mountain far from them cracked, and a messy old man with white hair dashed out. He looked like a big monkey, his arms reaching his knees. He looked skinny, but he was energetic. His eyes were as bright as gold lamps. Another expert at the 4th transformation of Dragon Realm. Tu Fei and Li Heishui took in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this secret land would have 2 experts like that. It seemed like they valued these kids a lot. They must be young geniuses. Yi Fan hugged little Nan Nan and retreated. The 2 great experts had come at the same time, which made him shiver. The gap between their realms was huge. This old woman wasn't easy to deal with, and now, this old man was here. Pang Bo stepped forward, standing next to Yi Fan. They wanted to fight these 2 formidable old men. You dare to intrude the pure land of the Yin Yang cult? You don't know life from death. The messy old man revealed his murderous aura. His white teeth looked cold. Seems like I got out of my seclusion at the right time. Destroy this holy body and drink his blood. We can prolong our lives. That's right. He came here to die anyway. That God King can't say anything, agreed the old woman. Old farts, wait for me to chop your heads off. Yi Fan smiled coldly, sending messages to Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and Tu Fei discreetly. The 2 old men joined hands and moved forward. After each step the void shook. They were 6 realms higher than Yi Fan. They were really formidable enemies. If it were the other cultivators of the 4 extreme secret territories, they would be killed with one finger. Only Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who had completed the 4 extreme secret territories, could resist them. Little Nan Nan opened her eyes discreetly. Seeing the 2 old men, she was frightened. She hurried to cover her big eyes with her small hands. Don't be scared, little Nan. We will leave soon, comforted Yi Fan. You've done so much for this little girl with a bad memory. The messy old man smiled coldly. You've lived for so many years. How dare you say such inhumane things? Scolded Yi Fan. It's her good fortune that we brought her into the Yin Yang sect, said the old woman coldly. Yi Fan was furious. Little Nan Nan was captured here and suffered so much. She couldn't even eat, and now it was her good fortune. Old thing, I will cripple you today so that you can enjoy the good fortune. The old woman glanced at little Nan Nan disdainfully and said, she can only blame her bad memory for not being able to enjoy the good fortune. She deserves to be a servant. You said that she has the life of a servant. Then your saintess is only fit to serve servants. Yi Fan said coldly. Pang Bo also said coldly, you have captured so many young prodigies. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the Eastern Baron cultivators? The messy old man who looked like a big monkey laughed cruelly and said, won't there be no problem if we kill all of you here? Do it. Yi Fan swung his sword and rushed over. He started to circulate the battle saint technique. He had to be ruthless against the two old men. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Bas. Pang Bo activated the 9 slashes. Silver dragons shot out from his eyes. This was the divine wound of the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom. The void collapsed from the slashes. The two old men's expressions changed. They restrained their divine senses and avoided the dazzling dragon light. They didn't use their divine senses to face the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom. As soon as Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, the heaven and earth lost color. The saint's spirit sword in his hand seemed to have a life of its own as it slashed forward. Not good. The two old men shouted. Their arms joined together and pushed out divine techniques. One yin and one yang power formed a Tao diagram. Yin-yang Great Tao. This was the supreme great art of the yin-yang sect. Men cultivated the yang diagram and women cultivated the yin diagram. In the Central Plains, there was a saying that when yin and yang were combined, one would be invincible in the world. Pang Bo hurried forward. This yin-yang Great Tao made his heart jump. He helped Yi Fan bear the burden and used the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Deprivation. Boom. This was a fierce collision. They used Tao seals to fight. This was a confrontation of their respective great Taos. It was incomparably terrifying and both sides were sent flying backwards. Yi Fan's blood was surging, but he was fine. However, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Pang Bo's mouth. How powerful was his physical body? But he was still impacted. The two old men laughed cruelly. Their hair was disheveled as they attacked again. Yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. You two juniors, go die. The two old men joined their arms together and shouted sinisterly. They pushed out the yin-yang diagram again. This time, the yin-yang diagram was several times larger than before. Pang Bo and Pang Bo decisively retreated. These two old things were too terrifying. Yi Fan began to revolve the secret of all. During this process, the two of them constantly dodged. The two old men activated the Tao diagram. Their killing intent was thick as they chased through the void. The third yin-yang diagram was much larger. The extreme yin and extreme yang fused together, destroying everything in its path. It had to be said that the ancient saying of the Central Plains, yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. There was a certain truth to it. After the two old men joined their arms together, their combat strength was not doubled, but quintupled. The great Tao of yin and yang transformed into a giant yin-yang diagram. It was like a divine wheel that crushed through the void. Nothing could stop it. Even Pang Bo was injured by the first strike. If Yi Fan didn't have a saint physique, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. Yin and yang were combined, and the great Tao appeared. His combat strength was astonishing and he was invincible in the same realm. Boom. Finally, Yi Fan triggered the secret of all. His combat strength increased tenfold. Golden blood qi rushed into the sky and the world lost color. He waved the saint spirit sword and cleaved the sky. It was as if he was splitting the world in half. Boom. The yin-yang diagram was shattered by him. The two old men vomited blood. Yin and yang were combined. Although their combat strength increased by a large amount, it couldn't compare to the secret of all. The two old men were sent flying. Pang Bo quickly used the demon, the Arch 9 slashes, causing them to vomit blood again. Chapter 453. Swoosh. The two elders with disheveled hair disappeared in a flash and appeared in the sky, avoiding the remaining 2 slashes of the 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. They were covered in blood and looked at the two in shock. The secret word of all and the 9 slashes of the demon god were world-shattering divine arts, which made the two elders indescribably shocked and fearful. They were several realms higher than Yi Fan and Pang Bo, but they were still injured. They couldn't help but feel terrified. This shouldn't have happened. If a young king wanted to go against nature and kill a celestial, he had to display a phenomenon. Yin and yang combined, invincible in the world. The old woman mumbled to herself. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened. Don't encounter the 9 secrets. Could it be that secret technique? The messy old man's arms reached his knees and his eyes lit up like golden lamps. Countless years ago, their ancestor became an ancient sage and was invincible in the Central Plains with the yin and yang combined. They didn't expect to be defeated when they went to the East Barren territory because they met the sage who inherited the 9 secrets. The old woman and the baboon-like old man sneered at Yi Fan. We know what kind of holy art you are using, but you can't use it continuously. You need to keep triggering it. We will combine yin and yang and kill you slowly. And you? They looked at Pang Bo and said, you have mastered the supreme divine technique of the demon race. It must be the world-shattering 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. The 2 elders' white hair was stained with blood and they looked sinister. Even though they suffered a heavy blow, the collapse of the yin-yang diagram had dissolved most of the power. Boom! They linked their arms again and took out the yin diagram and yang diagram respectively. They combined and released the aura of the great Tao as they pressed forward. Unfortunately, there is no yang within the yin and no yin within the yang. Even though they have combined, they haven't formed the Tai Chi and lack the yin and yang eyes. Pang Bo sneered. He and Yi Fan retreated. They didn't want to face the yin and yang integration, which was 4 to 5 times their combat power. The 2 elders chased after them. The divine body contained a great secret, and Pang Bo also had a supreme inheritance. Their eyes were bloodshot. They originally wanted to kill the 2, but now that they might get the ancient scriptures, they wouldn't let them go. Boom! Yi Fan activated the secret word of all again. Golden light surged into the sky like a deity and he began to chase after them. Pang Bo also executed the 9 slashes of the demonic god. The old woman and the disheveled old man tore apart space with the yin-yang diagram and escaped quickly. They didn't dare to face him head-on because they knew how powerful the secret word of all was. Only when its effects disappeared would they turn around and attack. The 2 sides fell into a tug of war. When Yi Fan triggered the secret of all, the 2 old men retreated and were chased by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who took turns attacking them. It had to be said that these 2 old men were very terrifying. They were strong enough and had rich battle experience. They were extremely difficult to deal with. All right, it's done. Tu Fei and Li Heishui shouted at this moment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo laughed at the same time and quickly retreated. The Black Emperor had already rushed over to lead the way for them. Not good. The 2 old men shouted, but it was too late. Boom! Black fog filled the sky, and endless killing intent filled the air. The heaven and earth were sealed, and they were sealed in the void by the big black flag. This was what Yi Fan had told the Black Emperor and asked him to set up secretly. The big black dog was an all-rounder in the field of formation patterns and could be called a grandmaster. With the help of Yi Huiling, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui, he set up a super formation pattern without anyone knowing, sealing a large area. None of the elites of the yin-yang sect could escape. They were all trapped inside. Junior! The old woman and the disheveled old man were shocked and angry, but they couldn't get out. Can you separate them? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor in a low voice. That's easy. The big black dog was full of confidence. Among them, dozens of big flags flew and deviated from their original positions, separating this area into 2 spaces. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They each found an opponent and started fighting again. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to refine 2 seniors with the formation pattern alone. They didn't want to wait. This time, Yi Fan could fight with his opponent even without using the secret of all. He found the old woman again. Pang Bo faced the disheveled old man, but he didn't go deep inside. He only attacked from outside the formation pattern. The 9 slashes of the demon god was extremely terrifying as long as he had enough magic power. He started to cut the disheveled old man like he was cutting a carrot. Junior, come in if you have the guts. How dare you plot against me like this? The old man who looked like a big monkey was furious. You deserve to be cut. Didn't you want to drink Yi Fan's blood? I think it's better to let you bleed to death first. Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god to cut the old man happily. When Yi Fan got rid of the old woman, Pang Bo also cut the disheveled old man into a dried carrot, ending the battle completely. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei were stunned. I'm hitting a live target. Pang Bo shook his head. It was troublesome to clean up the battlefield. The formation pattern trapped many people, and it was impossible to kill them all. Yi Fan couldn't do it, so he searched their soul consciousnesses and cut off their related memories, making them blank. Then he let them all go. The remaining children were troublesome. Yi Fan had more than 30 children, and all of them had extraordinary talents. He didn't know where to send them. Why don't we start a sect? They are all immortal seedlings, young geniuses. Li Heishui said. The few of them were surprised. These children did have rare talents, and they didn't know how the Yin Yang sect found them. Let's leave this place quickly. Yi Fan's anger had subsided, and he didn't want to find trouble with the saintess of the Yin Yang sect. They couldn't stay here for long. This was a secret place of a supreme sect. If a big character appeared, it would be a disaster. Big brother, do you really know Nan Nan? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course I do. Yi Fan scratched her nose. They brought a large group of children, and it was very inconvenient. Fortunately, Yi Huiling was here. She was ethereal, beautiful and elegant, and children liked her. Otherwise, a large group of children would cry, and Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others could only watch helplessly. They came to a small town. The first thing Yi Fan did was to bring little Nan Nan to buy new clothes. Her clothes were too tattered, and even her shoes had holes. A 3-year-old child couldn't feel anything, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Can I eat something first? Little Nan Nan lowered her head and said softly, looking a little timid. After she lost the 7-colored stone, she was like a normal child. If she didn't eat, she would feel uncomfortable from hunger. In the secret land of the Yin Yang sect, her situation wasn't good. She was often hungry, and her small face was very thin. Okay, I'll bring you to eat first. Yi Fan said softly. Really? Little Nan Nan had forgotten about Yi Fan. Recently, people always bullied her. Although the man in front of her treated her well, the little girl was still anxious. That was why she was so timid. What do you want to eat? I want. Little Nan Nan cocked her head to think. Then she said with her tender voice, I want to eat some herbal paste. I'm very hungry. When I was about to fall asleep, a little sister gave me some. It's really delicious. Yi Fan felt bitter. Apparently, when the little girl said that she was about to fall asleep, she was so hungry that she almost fainted. The Black Emperor had taken away the herbal storehouse in the Yin Yang sect's secret land. Of course, they didn't lack spiritual herbs. Yi Fan gave her a small bowl and asked her to eat slowly. Then, he changed her into a set of beautiful clothes. Little Nan Nan suddenly became a porcelain doll carved from jade. She looked adorable. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei couldn't help but come to her, rubbing her head and making her laugh. Yi Fan took out a crystal jade and imprinted it on little Nan Nan's glabella. That jade contained the memory of Yen Du. He had purposely kept it to prevent the little girl from forgetting the past. Big brother, it's you. I remember now. Little Nan Nan was so happy. After she got the memory, she wasn't as timid and insecure as before. It was because she knew who Yi Fan was now. Then, Yi Fan took out the 7-colored stone and put it in her palm. Little Nan Nan gave this stone to Big Brother. You can't take it back. The little girl shook her head, looking serious. You can't give this stone to anyone. Otherwise, Nan Nan will get sick. You have to keep it. You can't lose it. Yi Fan made the 7-colored stone into a small pendant, hanging it on her pink neck. He had searched the innkeeper's memory. If little stone got sick, Nan Nan would get sick too. In the worst case, she had almost died. They couldn't afford to lose her. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also liked little Nan Nan. They thought that she was cute and obedient. Little Nan Nan is like a porcelain doll. Anyway, it's not suitable for her to stay with us. We often have to face life and death battles. What do you want to do? Asked Pang Bo earlier. I wanted to send her to the Great Xian Noble Peak to be Zhang Wenchang's daughter. However, I've made Hua Yunfei the enemy of that sect. I can't go there now. Nan Nan, don't go to another place. The little girl was frightened. Although she was playing with some kids, her spirit sense was sharp. She heard their conversation. Yi Huiling chuckled. She squatted down and scratched her delicate nose. In the future, you can go with Big Sister to the Central Plains and be a real carefree little princess. Nan Nan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. The little girl lowered her head. She was depressed. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry. How could I leave you behind? He hurried to tell Pang Bo not to say more. Little Nan Nan suddenly became very happy. Her big eyes brightened. She revealed a pure smile. You must take her with you. Don't send her to other places. The Black Emperor suddenly said. Ever since he saw the little girl, the big black dog had been thinking about something. No one knew what he was thinking. Did you see something? Yi Fan was moved. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also looked over. The Black Emperor coughed and mumbled, I didn't see anything. Then, he ran to the little girl and tempted, Little darling, do you want to be my disciple? Why? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. If you become my disciple, I will feed you with spirit pellets every day. I will teach you the supreme technique that is as good as the merciless man created in his later years. The Black Emperor was like a big wolf, tempting her. The Black Emperor must have seen something. This was the common understanding of Yi Fan, Tu Fei, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui. This damn dog wanted to take something as soon as he saw it. It was the first time in his life that he wanted to take someone away. From now on, you don't need to worry about her. I'll take care of her. The big black dog said. He stared at little Nan Nan as if he had found a treasure. He was almost drooling. Damn dog! You dare to eat a child? I'll skin you alive! Yi Fan shouted. Damn it! What are you thinking about? I'm going to train a great emperor. You just wait and see. The more the big black dog talked, the more excited he became. Damn dog, what did you see? Tu Fei asked. Little Nan Nan is the great emperor. No, the future great emperor? Li Heishui was also suspicious. Little Nan Nan. Great emperor. Not far away, Yi Huiling, who was playing with a group of children, also looked over in surprise. She said, What a cute little thing. You can see that she can become a great emperor? The Black Emperor didn't answer these questions. He turned his head arrogantly. Then, with a smile on his face, he started to tempt little Nan Nan again. I'll take you to the Undying Mountain to pick some tea. How about it? I'll take you to the Celestial Mausoleum to find the treasure. Do you want to go? How could little Nan Nan understand what you said? Yi Fan scolded. You won't understand even if I told you, the big black dog muttered. Then, he smiled and teased little Nan Nan. He was very attentive. What a cute dog. Little Nan Nan was very happy. Her voice was very innocent. The big black dog was petrified. It was the first time in his life that someone called him cute. Moreover, it was a little girl. He really wanted to bang his head on the ground. Ha ha! Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others all laughed.